you check on Ruthie?
One provision. And I'm sitting there and texting Mark. I've got 4 hours of driving for this. Well, he finishes up, and then the chair goes into her monologue about the great relationship she has with the secretary of DOT. How he used to be secretary of her district with a long telephone friends and on and on and on. I'm like, all right, so we haven't gotten beyond the strategic plan on our agenda. And then she goes into this, we can't abandon our roads. We can't abandon our transportation system. If we don't have roads, if we don't have ways to
Yes, ma'am.
we have no plan.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that was one of the things I went in here was supposed to say.
Denise? Sorry, Janet, I've got to.
Nobody's abandoning our roads. Nobody's abandoning our transportation.
Tell me what this is. This is the
last hearing.
okay. And this is with the multiple.
Yes, you'll
Okay.
see. You'll see.
Okay. And there's the one that you said I should take video on and pull up to the first case or second case? No, second case. The one that one's the mobile home or something.
Oh.
You had said I should take her out of order so she didn't have to sit there and freak out the whole time.
I don't know. No
There was
idea
something
what that
about
is.
Ken.
I don't know what it means.
I thought that was you. Okay, so I'll take them in order.
Good question. Yeah, strategic.
That's a head scratcher.
Call this meeting back to order. We did get a brief break. This is my last few hours as chair. Hello, Ms. Craig.
You've done very well on your meetings.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Try to run a tight meeting. All right, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. We are starting with, did you want to move up the one?
No, that has a later 501, or, well, Kat, can we change the clock, or to be actually the clock instead of it going back and forth between everything? I meant to mention that earlier. Let's just go ahead with U1, please.
Yes, ma'am. So we are looking at PUD 2306 with regard to this PUD for Davis Reserve. Have you had any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No.
No.
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
Thank you. And at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use map, atlas map, and the master plan for the Brentwood planned unit development, Davis Reserve area only, for residential setback standards, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that the applicant is here. I don't know whether Mr. Abel will be speaking or someone else, but.
Okay.
Good evening, good afternoon, whatever you want to call it. It's probably midday for you. My name is Eric Abel, Vice President of Brentwood Farms, LLC, the applicant. This PUD amendment request is being made to amend the front and rear setbacks of the Davis Reserve portion of Brentwood PUD. Brentwood PUD and its setbacks were established years ago and governed the original Brentwood subdivision. Recently, we have added the 102 acres and called Davis Reserve Development just to the west of the original Brentwood. It is designed to be a different product than the original Brentwood, with smaller home sites with an emphasis on superior homes and upscale amenities. Our engineers have designed the development to accommodate 399 villa units, and we are able to accomplish this with the setbacks we are proposing here. We have worked cooperatively with the county staff to ensure this was possible with these requested setbacks. When we went before the PDC, they unanimously recommended approval of the front setbacks at 15 feet. However, the PDC voting 3-4 did not want to recommend approval of the rear setbacks for home sites with pools only, which is what the request is for, to go to 0 lot line. The PDC seemed, and maybe Joanna can add more flavor to it, the PDC seemed to take issue with the possibility that 2 back-to-back owners may both desire to go to the common rear lot line. In support of our request before this board, I want to make sure you're keenly aware the Davis Reserve plat and deed restrictions will provide notice to every buyer prior to purchase that every homeowner has this equal right. In essence, there is due process of notice, eliminating the possibility of any surprise to a buyer. 2, this same request has been made and approved by the PDC and the BOCC in our 2,000-acre DRI, Terra Vista, and has proven to be no issue among our buyers for nearly 30 years. In essence, there is a practical decision made by homeowners to not create a foreseeable mutual problem. 3, this same request has been made and approved by the PDC and the BOCC twice in 2024 even. This includes the 150-acre Coburn parcel situated west of County Road 491 and the 24-acre development south of Parcel C of Terra Vista DRI. In essence, we are not making a novel request or one that has not been approved before, even recently. 4, as a longtime developer with thousands of sales, we know that this works. We own all the property within Davis Reserve and are the ones who will sell the home sites. In essence, we are incentivized to establish conditions which are desirable by home buyers, and if there is a risk, it is upon us to ensure the buyers are aware and understand the framework of the development. In closing, I hope that this board will give the matter due consideration and approve both of our requested amendments to the Brentwood PUD, the 15-foot front setbacks and the rear setbacks reducible to 0 for those homes with a pool. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I have one. You referenced Terra Vista.
Yes.
Do any of your other developments have 0 lot lines?
Yes, two that are approved. I mean, Terra Vista is 2,000 acres, so multiple subdivisions throughout Terra Vista have this.
Okay.
And then the 2 most recent, which we have not started construction on, but the exact same framework we're looking for in this that we had been granted in those.
And they have 0 lot lines on which?
Reducible to pool, to the rear, to the
Okay.
rear only.
Okay. And how does that functionally work with 2 back-to-back pools?
So
If it, I mean, does it literally come up like, and also,
it would
is
be
the concrete surrounding the pool considered
Yes.
part of the pool?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, part of the structure of the pool. Excuse me, I have a little cold. In essence, what's happened over the years, the 30 years, when there is a situation, we sell a lot and the buyer says, okay, I want a pool, and they decide how far they want to go. If the home is so big in the front that the only place they can go is to the lot line, this allows them that option to put a pool in that might go to the lot line. They leave themselves enough inches that they literally can go back there weed eat, if you will. And after that's done, the buyer of the home rear facing it, that backs back to back to it, won't want that lot if they plan to build a pool, so it doesn't sell. So what happens, the person says, oh, I like this lot, and they build it and not worry about their neighbor. They see it, it's a standing situation. I guess the converse would be a person builds, buys a home, puts with or without a pool, and has it maybe 10 feet off the property line. And the buyer across from them, they would be aware that the buyer behind them could go to the property line. Never have we ever seen where two people want to go to the 0 lot line or close to inches away. Just practical reasons, you just wouldn't want to do that because it's hard to maintain. My problem as a developer is I never know which one wants it. So we'll sell it to them, but again, their eyes are open. There's no surprises being made by the home buyer.
Board? Commissioner Finnegan?
Well, you asked my questions already. To expound on that, why then wouldn't you ask for just a reduced setback? Because like you said, no one's gonna do, and that's what I thought, how do we have back-to-back pools? Who wants that? Nobody wants that. Is there a reason why you asked for 0 instead of just some other reduced number, even a foot or two?
I suppose I could live with less inches, probably. That's the worst I could see, asking for inches. My problem becomes I can't predict which lots. So if one goes to there, that might be as offensive if there's an offense happening, but I want the ability to fit the house, the entire house on there. I've reduced the front setbacks as far as I think I can reasonably do so. But sometimes people want the pool as well. And I don't want to not give them that access to their right to build a pool. And this allows that instead of a dipping pool, perhaps.
What about the boundary between the two property? Are they allowed to fence in? Because I assume that you have some deed restrictions, or do they put up shrubbery, or is there nothing allowed?
Most of the, between the lots, including the internal lots, which go back to back, a lot of the homes that would even function with this will be those along the perimeter. So we have a wall designed to go around the entire subdivision. Those homes would back up right to the wall, so they could go to it, right? Concrete it to the wall, be no grass, nothing to maintain. So in a large number of these cases, it's not an issue.
I mean, between the, I'm sorry to
So
interrupt.
those who back to back.
Yes,
The internal lots.
yes.
The internal lots, as we build the place, will have either a fence between it if it's a stem wall necessary or something to support the ground if it's an elevation change between the back-to-back units, or shrubbery if not. And the homeowners will decide whether they want to maintain the shrubbery. Typically, our experience is they will respect that shrubbery. They like a little bit of screening between them and their neighbor. So it has a practical application. Despite the right to do so, it would still require architectural approval. So the ACB, the Architectural Control Board of each of the subdivisions, would govern that, approve or disapprove any application. I'm wild guessing that they would get, at least while we're in control, they would not, no, you don't want to do that, and we don't want you to do that back-to-back problem. But I never know which one wants to go to 0. And the first one wants to do it, I'm happy with it, because the buyer of the lot behind it has their eyes open. They know exactly what they're looking at. They may have their own plans to put in shrubbery behind their house to block or screen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bays, your light is on. Do you have any questions? No?
No, I have
Okay.
none.
All right.
I do.
Commissioner Schleibaugh?
So, that being said, Mr. Abel, in Terra Vista, the 0 lot line was approved for the pools in what year?
Well, it's been at least, Joanna, help me. I'm going to say it's probably been 20 years, 15 to 20 years
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've never had an issue with this?
Have never had an issue. That's why we sought it in the past, including this year on the 2 new subdivisions. We just don't see it a problem. It's our risk. If it's undesirable, we'll own it and eat it forever. So yeah, I want something that's sellable. I have the incentive to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Nothing further from the board? Thank you, Mr. Abel.
Thank you.
Ms. Katub?
All right, I have very little to add to what Mr. Abel did. He did my presentation for me, which is wonderful. This is the Davis Reserve area of Brentwood. You have seen this recently when we looked at fences, and this is for front setbacks. This is the Davis Reserve. It is still in platting. They're in the improvement plan stage, and then eventually it'll come before you for final plat. And this is a drawing of what's proposed out there. And this is a view of it from 486. You'll see condition 9 are the changes. They're asking for a 15-foot front and a 10-foot second front. And as he noted, the Planning and Development Commission had no concerns with that. They're also asking for the 0-foot rear for pools only in Davis Reserve, and that was not approved, not recommended for approval by PDC. That's all I have.
All right. Then we will, yes, Madam, you look like you had something, open it to the public. Personally, based on their experience, I have no problem with the
You gotta open the public hearing.
Yes, I know, I'm about to move to that. That's what I actually just said before that. Open to the public, would anyone like to speak on this matter for or against?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. When this was approved, it was given 18 foot on the front. I think it was given 18 foot so you could put cars in the driveway. If you move it down, like they're asking, there's gonna be cars on the grass. And I've been to Terra Vista, where they have the shorter front, and they have the 0 on the back. The 0 on the back is not nice when you have a pool, because my friend had a house with a pool. And it may sound nice and it may sound like, well, nobody complains, but it really is not what you want. What it was planned for was 18 in the front and the 10 in the back. And there was a reason for it. And I think that's one of the reasons why the planning said maybe yes to the front, and I didn't understand why, because the cars are not getting any smaller. And if you've got a house in there and you've got 2 cars, think about how far they're gonna be sticking out. And if they have company, where are they gonna be parking? On whose lawn? So, to me, this should stay exactly the way it was planned and approved, and not get any change whatsoever. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak for or against? Going once, going twice? Board?
Madam Chair? I'd make a motion that we allow the 15 feet in front and reducible to 0 in the back. Janet, you said cars are not getting any smaller. Yes, they are. We've got a developer who has extensive experience in developing high-quality products in the community. As he said when he was up at the podium, it's in his best interest to put a product out there that sells, and he didn't say it, but sells for the highest dollar they can get for it. They would not be in here asking for something that's going to diminish the quality of their final product, not just the individual lot, but the entire development itself. So for that reason, I have no issues whatsoever with this.
I'll second that motion. And to add on to that, they have been listed in the top 50 best master plan communities in the United States.
All right, motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays, and Davis will ditto both their comments. Is there any further board discussion? Commissioner Schleba?
This Davis will ditto those also.
All right. Commissioner Finnegan, you have anything before I call the vote?
I guess I will ditto those comments, and for Ms. Barrick that had those concerns, I'm very familiar with Terra Vista, and it was 20 years ago, Mr. Abel. If it was a horrible community now, I'd be the first one to vote no, but it is still a thriving, beautiful, looks brand new, and people are happy.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Well done, Mr. Abel. All right, you two.
Yes, ma'am. Next, you have CPA AAPUD-2024-00019. And with regard to this application, are there any ex parte communications you need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No.
No.
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 3.1 acres from the general commercial district to the medium-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And for the Atlas Amendment, you'll be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 3.1 acres from the general commercial district to the medium density residential district with a planned unit development, and redesignating approximately 142 acres with a revised planned unit development for various residential uses, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that Commissioner Mr. Stillwell is here for the applicant.
Welcome, Commissioner Stowell. You just got an upgrade.
That's one way to look at it. Good evening. For the record, my name's Clark Stillwell. My professional address is 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building here in Inverness, Florida. I represent Sterling Residential, the owner of the subject 142 acres. This is the third time this project has been before you, so I'm going to give you a brief history. In 2022, we approved this project on 142 acres for primary residential uses, 606 units. In 2023, I came back before you on behalf of the owner saying that they had applied for site approval for the VA clinic, and we needed to change the land use on the northern piece of the property so that the VA clinic could be approved there. They did not get that VA approval, and as we all know, it's going to go down the street to the west at Cowboy Junction now. After that, they started the development process, and at that point in time, county engineering came to my client and said, your access road is directly next to our access road. Notwithstanding the fact that it had been approved under the prior PUD, there was an issue of separation standards, and the county engineering expressed their concerns about the difficulties the county traffic was having during peak hour school delivery times. So we went through a series of gyrations trying to find a better access, looking at buying a piece further to the south. And we all came back and sat down and said, okay, let's do this. Let's upgrade the county access point, plat it, make it a public road, and the developer will then build that roadway as part of the project and won't access onto 491 directly next to the county roadway. And so that's where we're at. Phase 1, 300 units is currently in for plat approval. So I think the PowerPoint best explains this. So Jack, can you roll that or have someone roll it for us?
I have a PowerPoint for my presentation. You want me to go ahead and do my presentation?
No, just give us a PowerPoint, Jack. You can hold on to your presentation. This shows the site. It shows the expansion area. It's a downzoning GNC on 3 acres. It's going to MDR. Under the master site plan, this MDR piece will have 7 residential lots. They are set back from County Road 491 by a drainage retention area. The idea here is the enhanced roadway, which you'll see on the PowerPoint, combined with the drainage retention area gives a, if you will, an entrance feature. This project has 2 access points on County 491, Laurel Ridge to the north, which is not changing 1 iota, and this particular relocation. Next one, Jack, thanks. Here's the modified area. Thank you, Jack. Next one, please. This is the land use map, currently GNC. Thank you. Next one, please, Jack.
I'll interrupt and just tell you his name's Joe, because everybody's laughing. His name's Joe. It's okay.
Well, there's a reason why. He knows why. His father's name is Jack, and I'm sorry. All right. This is the area in question, and you can see the proposed roadway going into the county roadway to the north. Next one, please. This is a better design. You see the 7 residential lots and the roadway, which has got a, if you will, median, grass median in the middle. 60 feet, platted, public use, developer builds it, you maintain, the public maintains the roadway on the county property, all the other roadways are maintained by the POA or the Community Development District. Next one, please.
That's the last one.
Okay, that's good. So the preliminary plat's been approved. I've got that document. It came to me after the 21-day cutoff. I asked Jack to put it in the PowerPoint. He said, no. If you want to see if you want to see the preliminary plat, I have it for you. Basically, on the corner there of this new roadway, the developer will dedicate about 500 square feet to the county so they can meet your county code standards for the triangle site visibility standards. So what we got here is the VA site's now going to go back to residential at the same use that it was before. You're going to have a new access road for the county built by the developer. At the time of the phase 2 development, we'll do a traffic study. If traffic study warrants a light, you get a light. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Standard development process. What else is going on in this project is after this meeting, about 2 meetings from now, you'll probably be asked to approve the development agreement, which defines all the things I just told you about who's going to do what and who's going to pay for what and who's going to maintain what. So you'll approve that. And then as far as phase 1 is concerned, the developer's in the process of doing what we call a utility expansion agreement, and they're going to pay for the upgrade of the service lines on 491, which will help the school board, okay, and it'll help this project. It'll help Sterling Residential. It'll help the 10 acres on the northeast corner of 44 and 491. So that's where we're at. Downzoning, GNC to MDR, mutual agreement between the developer and the county to enhance access management on 491. And everybody pays their, quote, fair share. If you want to see the preliminary plat, I'll hand it out. Otherwise, I'm done. Any questions?
Board, any questions? Commissioner Finnegan?
Hi, Clark.
Good evening.
So the proposal is to make the road and share it with the county because your road was too close to that. Why not push the road at the other end of that piece of property?
It's still too close. It's just not that much frontage. And the idea was one roadway. And if we try to buy in these various gyrations, we tried to buy access on the piece to the south, but we could never reach an agreement. So if you push it further to the south, you can have the same separation standard between driveway cuts with that commercial piece to the south that you would have with this. So we're trying to get the driveway cuts on 491 as separated as far as possible to cut down on turning movements and the potential for accidents.
Thank you for that. And please don't be offended. I will verify all that with our staff too, but don't be.
And I certainly expect you to.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kennard?
And let me
Oh,
say
sorry.
this, it'll come up when we go to the development agreement, okay?
Well, speaking of that, because I'm not sure what the board wants to do, but my concern is with that road, if it's shared with the county at some point, because that's a very large neighborhood, is that going to block or create some traffic situation for our buildings? And then as that development is being built, if we're now, or the taxpayers are responsible for that section of road, and all these construction vehicles are constantly using it or causing damage to that, it's just some concerns that I have.
Well, it's gonna be a public road, and so it carries with it public maintenance. And that was the negotiation to date. The rest of the roadways will be privately maintained, which is consistent with your current board policies. But that issue can be addressed in the development agreement. which you'll approve hopefully in about 2 meetings from now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, the very northwest portion of this project, along the boundary there, there's a Lutheran church right on Gulf to Lake Highway. There's some concern there about the development coming right up next to the church. Is there anything in the plan that would buffer that? A landscape berm, a fence, anything like that? What can you do to alleviate that group from coming to us and going, why'd you allow this?
We,
That would go a long way.
in 2022, we addressed this issue, okay? And the first thing we did is we matched up housing sites with Crystal Glen, so it was the same housing type of unit and found in Crystal Glen Phase 2 versus this, okay? And then there's a buffer there, and it met LDC standards. Commissioner, we went through this discussion in 2022 with the Crystal Glen Homeowners Association. We made them happy with the master site plan that's of record, and we're not changing that at all. It's as is.
Was the Lutheran church involved in that?
They were noticed, I know that. And I know that Mrs. Craig was here. She met with the Crystal Glen Homeowners Association. But there's no change at all to the existing master site plan in the northeast corner. And they got
Madam
my
Chair?
phone number.
Madam Chair, Mr. Stillwell, I think if you look at the plan, I think it calls for a fence.
You know, that was 3 years ago.
There's a
These
fence.
projects run together, so I apologize if I
Yeah,
don't recall.
it says, I can't hardly read it, but it says proposed fence, C note. I can't read what it says, but, so I think there's a fence there. Oh, condition number 5. I heard voices.
Condition number 5 is,
A fence.
A 6-foot solid panel fence.
okay. So point being is that there is only one change being brought forward to something we've already approved, and that is changing the road access. That's it.
On the south entrance on the southeast corner, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you see it? Madam Chair, did you want me to read the condition?
Sure.
A 6-foot solid panel fence is required between the application site and the adjacent Crystal Glen Phase 2A lots and the adjacent Faith Lutheran Church to the north as outlined on the June 24th, 24 master plan.
Commissioner Schleba, do you have anything?
My notes say as outlined on the July 28th, 2023 master plan.
That's been crossed out and inserted June 24th.
Not on mine.
Page 1646.
It's page 1723 of your packet.
Mine says 1646.
I have 1646.
I do too.
The
And it
page
says-
numbers?
And it says June 24th, 2024.
I think that was the conditions that were attached to the ordinance when it was previously
Oh, yeah,
adopted.
I see it. It's corrected. You're right.
The master plan calls for a strip of open space and a fence. And there's like 10 lots that abut the Lutheran church, plus a drainage retention area.
Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Stillwell? No. Guys, all right.
The only thing I didn't tell you, I think we go from 606 units down to 587, is that?
82.
82, thank you. Okay, thank you, madam.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner. Mr. Stillwell basically gave my presentation for me, so I'll make it quick. This application is requesting to modify the previously approved plan unit development for the Lecanto Preserve subdivision. It is also proposing to change the land use on the little portion of property out along 491 from general commercial to medium-density residential. This PUD amendment does change the access drive in accordance with some discussion that the applicant had with technical services. It also removes the provision to allow for the VA clinic. As Mr. Stillwell stated, they didn't win that bid, so it's not part of this anymore. And they'd like to remove that. And it also reduces the total square footage units from 619 to 582 units. And so this is pretty minor changes to a previously approved PUD. So the PUD is still compatible with the surrounding area. The findings are positive, and we do have modified conditions for this application.
The modified conditions?
Yeah, they're in the staff report. And I believe they're in the ordinance too.
Okay. Board, any
Yes.
questions?
Same question to you, Mr. Hackadell, that I asked of Mr. Stillwell. He said that it was not possible on any point of that property, including the most southern, to put the road there. Is that not allowed? Is that too close to another drive if they put it somewhere else on the property?
I would defer to technical services who provided input stating that it would not meet access management standards.
Well,
So
But
the
you're-
separation wouldn't meet.
I don't know how we can defer that to technical services unless, how do I get the answer?
I mean, they
I don't think he meant
provided input.
I don't think he means defer as in not answer. I think he means he's deferring to what technical services wrote in there. And they,
Right.
do you know where in your staff
Okay,
report
could you help me find that?
I'm sorry.
No, can you help me find it?
Oh. It is,
At least a section. It's a lot of words. I could have glazed over it.
the technical services portion begins on page 1718 of your package.
Madam Chair, and I would have no intentions of you holding up anything while I look over this, so thank you.
I'm just going to open a Celsius so everybody can crack a joke that I'm not opening a beer, because it's going to be a long night. Nothing like needing a little more caffeine. Does anyone else have any questions for staff?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kennard.
I've still got a little bit of heartburn, and I understand that we've approved it in the past, but I guess I'm envisioning this 6-foot vinyl fence between the church and these residences coming all the way out to Highway 44. I just can't imagine that's a good look on the main thoroughfare in our county. Certainly there needs to be some kind of buffer there. I guess that's why I'm thinking a landscaped berm would be far more attractive. I'm sure far more attractive to the church there as well as passersby, rather than this fence that I'm just picturing. I mean, if I've got it wrong, then okay, but is that something that we can put in the conditions? Can we modify that yet or no?
Yeah, if you want to modify that condition, we can do that. The condition, as Ms. Lynn stated, does say between the Crystal Glen Phase 2A lots and the Faith Lutheran Church. And looking at the master plan, I don't think that goes all the way out to State Road 44. I believe it's just between the two developments.
Can you
Well,
blow
I'm
up that thing? Can you go back a couple pages and blow that up? I don't know. I mean, I can do it on my computer, but I don't know if you can.
So I believe it's so here's the Faith Lutheran, hopefully you can see this. Here's the Faith Lutheran Church property. So I believe the fence would be starting where this development abuts that, along the property line, and then where it abuts Crystal Glen.
Now, it says this condition number 5, I finally found it here, sorry about that. Says a 6-foot solid panel fence is required between the application site and the adjacent Crystal Glen Phase 2 lots and the adjacent Faith Lutheran Church. So there's a fence going between Crystal Glen and the church?
No, it would be this project site and Crystal Glen and this project site and the church.
It's just been a
So
long day, but that's clear as mud.
Can you blow it up?
So it would be this portion of the north line for the development, and then I believe this west portion on the property line.
So not up along where the, you're saying not along the church site at all?
Well, it would be this south property line of the church. the way it
Okay.
reads. This portion over here, this white piece, is
Yeah.
not part of this application.
Okay,
So it would not be required on this. This mouse is very touchy. It would not be required on this property line here.
okay. So just that south property line is where we're getting this fence?
Yes, sir. For the church.
South property line?
I think so. That's what it looks like to me.
You mean south of the Lutheran or south of this development?
It's north of this application site, but south side of the churches.
Yeah, I'm just
property.
getting confused following your directions.
Yeah.
so.
Do you want me to show you on here?
No, I got it. I got it.
I'm gonna allow you, yes, please.
The white portion to the north is Sterling Commercial. That's GNC. It's been GNC since the time that Crystal Glen was platted. It's been commercial since the time the Lutheran Church was built. So the Lutheran Church on their eastern boundary built next to commercial property. And the code will define the buffers. But as you are aware, Commissioner, where you have commercial property to things like governmental buildings or public service buildings, there are enhanced buffer standards there. So that's the east boundary, okay, which is not part of this application. Then you come to the north boundary of the application as it abuts the Crystal Glen project and as it abuts in the northeast corner, the church, and that's where the fence will go, along that north line, along that west line. If you look at the site plan, there are two open areas proximate to the church, along with the strip of open space on the other side of the fence.
So the only place where we're gonna see this, or passersby will see this white fence, this 6-foot white fence will be along Crystal Glen Drive?
Now, the Crystal Glen boundary line, east boundary line for Phase 2, and along the north boundary line of the project, his south boundary line. That fence is the same type of fence you see commonly used throughout Citrus County. The Terra Vista projects are one example of that type of fencing.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Mr. Hackadell, the page I was pointed to, and then I subsequently looked through all the pages because I thought, I looked at this and I never found that, but hey, maybe I read over it, got interrupted, but I am still not seeing anything. I do see their report, but it doesn't say anything of why or that putting it somewhere else isn't allowed. It just says this is what the applicant is requesting. So I don't see anything that says it's not allowed. And I was looking for a map because I don't think there's another road that it would be interfering with. I was looking for a better map.
Are we talking about the 44 intersection or the 491?
The 491.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, my question was, why do they need to share that with the county? Just move their entrance to the southernmost part of their property. And Mr. Stillwell had said that they can't and it interferes and to verify it with the county, but the county's not verifying that. And there's nothing in this information that verifies that they could not do that.
Mr. Hockaday?
Right. I know that access management is basically technical services wheelhouse, and I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, but I know that there are separation distances between access drives. And from conversations with technical services, and I thought that they had given me that specific info in the report, but I guess not. There was concern that this parcel specifically did not have enough room to make that separation, but I don't know what that specific number is.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Schleibaugh?
I was waiting for Commissioner Bays to step in on this. The whole point is they're trying to stop too many driveways onto 491, correct?
That
We don't want a bunch of different driveways going down if you don't have a service road going out to 491.
they don't want them to be too close together.
Yes. So I don't have a problem with this because they found a solution to do this. And we don't have a service road on this road, which would be ideal, but you don't want two driveways that close together, so this is the solution they found, and I'm okay with it.
Commissioner Schleibaugh brings up a good point. It's not just the allowable distance, it's reducing the number of, cuts into a road, which improves safety. So I'm okay with sharing with them personally. That's how staff presented it, and they said it was a good decision, but Commissioner Bays?
Well, I did ask questions, and I have quite a bit of information from engineering, and if you were to go back to their entrance where that was allowed, that would be a right in, right out only. And by moving this down and having a shared access, then it would allow you to have cross-access management and just a better traffic flow. So, the ideal thing is to always limit the number of access points when you've got 55-mile-an-hour traffic going down the highway, driveways. You don't want people. I mean, that's what's wrong with 44. I have more concerns with what's going to happen on 44 than I have on this. Because currently everything that they have presented to the state doesn't warrant signals at this point. We have to wait for failure. I mean, and that's unfortunate that we have to wait for something to fail when you know it's going to fail. So to me, this is a better plan. And like I said, I have more concerns about what's going to happen on 44 than I do this cut.
And Mr. Hockdale, you said the northern end cut into 44 would not be signalized at this time, but could be? Is that what you're referring to, Commissioner Bays? You might be able to answer that. Or is it too close to the Homosassa Trail
Well,
and 44?
if you do 490 and County Hill Drive, the development has warranted a southbound left turn lane onto 490 that is going to be constructed in phase 1. Then if you go on down to 490 and 44, the study provided.
You mean 491?
No, 490 and
44.
44.
Sorry, yeah.
The study provided with phase 1 showed 5 total northbound trips in the AM and 13 northbound in the PM. So no improvements have been warranted in the county right-of-way at this time. FDOT is currently reviewing the information submitted from the applicant for the development, and final decisions have not been made as the permitting process is still ongoing. Then if you go to 44 in South Crystal Glen, no improvements have been warranted in the county right-of-way at this time. The existing right turn lane is sufficient for this development. FDOT is currently reviewing information submitted from the applicant for this development. Final decisions have not been made as the permitting process is ongoing. I mean, I asked for all the information. I could keep going, but it'd probably bore y'all to death.
But what about this one, this new north exit?
That was the one I just read you.
Okay, I thought you were talking about this over here on 490.
The,
I'm talking about phase one, direct north access to 44.
that was the one I just read.
Okay. All right, anybody else have any questions for Mr. Hockadell? All right, shall I open the public hearing? Is everybody good with that? Would anyone like to speak for or against this motion, or this applicant, rather? Huh? Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Paul Darty, 3481 West King B Street, just down the road from this entrance that you're all talking about. The original plan shown up there had the road on the northern part of the property owned by these folks. They were going to dovetail the county traffic in about, 200 yards back from the road. The county traffic coming from, what do you want to call it, the repo depot, is not that great. There's not that many cars coming in that would be coming in on that road. The original circular pattern of roads in this whole development was called a connector, meaning people were going to flow through there and come out onto 41 without having to go through the 491-44 intersection. Was going to relieve some traffic in that regard. The entrance that comes in, that's been noted by several of you through the commercial portion of this, was always going to be there whether it was signalized or not. I would submit that the older plan, the one with the road on the northern portion of the property owned by these folks, the 10 acres that was obviously bought as a connector to 491, be kept in play. To put a DRA on the eastern end of that and permanently block its usage as a potential connection to 491 is, in my opinion, simply wrong. One signal is needed there, one entrance. It is easier to dovetail the traffic in from the county to their road than their road into the county. If you can imagine some kind of large fire, hurricane, some need to evacuate quickly to 491, and everybody's squirming in and out and getting caught in that corner while the county vehicles are trying to go in and out that one and only entrance, you can picture something that you might not want to picture. I think you should go back on this one, check out the way it's connected, check out the original intent of the connector road, and make a decision on this one to not accept this configuration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to speak for or against this? Going once, going twice, close public comment. Board? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry.
The original approved site plan, the comments from the original speaker are inaccurate. There's no tie-in under the original plan between the county road and this road. So that's why we got into this whole discussion, okay? The county road would be there. They wouldn't have the access into this roadway under the original approved plan. And my client's project would not have access to the county road. You would have two roads right next to each other accessing on the county road 491, separated by 25 feet. And subsequent to the approval, originally, you've got a piece to the south, which has been approved for a church, which has an access road onto 491. All three of those roads don't meet the LDC access management standards for separation. Those standards are designed for safety purposes. Now, this is an imperfect situation, but this is a better solution. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone?
Madam
Madam
Chair,
Rock, paper, scissors?
All right. I would make a motion to approve CPA AA dash PUD dash 2024 dash 00019 and direct chair and clerk to execute the ordinances
Based on competent and substantial evidence?
based on comment and substantial evidence.
Commissioner Bays, are you
Second.
seconding that? All right. Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Stillwell. All right, Madam Attorney. With the board's consideration, we can move up U4 because I think it'll go very quickly to put someone out of their angst. Let's call U4 then?
yes. Commissioners, next you will be considering AA, is that? Let me just make sure I've got that right. Yes, AA-2024-00008, William Williams and Shannon Snook. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 4.5 acres from the rural residential district to the rural residential district with mobile homes allowed, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Snook. I'm the property owner of 7591 North Verdanian Avenue. I want to begin with my family. Started coming to Citrus County several years ago to scallop every summer. We enjoy it very much. We fell in love with the people and the area. My mother-in-law was the first to move here in 2021. She now is currently living on Ozella Trail in Citrus County. She's getting older. She's needing us closer to help her. With the hurricanes, hopefully she'll be moving with us in the future. We bought the property in the town of Centinel in June of 2023. It is two 2.26 acre lots totaling 4.52 acres. We were looking around in the area when we purchased it. We saw a variety of different homes, site build, modular, manufactured homes. We had went locally to Prestige Homes in Inverness. We found a manufactured home that we fell in love with and fit the family very well. When we were going to make the purchase, we found out that the lots were not zoned for manufactured homes. We didn't really understand why, because we had seen manufactured homes in the neighborhood just down the street. We went to the zoning department to find out that there were 16 lots on this road that are zoned rural and not rural mobile home. We have 2 of those 16 lots. We don't know why the 16 lots are zoned differently from all of the other lots in the area, which is why we've applied for an atlas amendment for the 2 lots. We're asking to be given the same opportunity as the others in the area to place a manufactured home on our property.
Thank you. Hold on just one second. Board, any questions for Ms. Snook? Okay, thank you.
Planner. Oh, thank you. Sorry, it's my first time. Kelly Caudill, Planner.
We'll be gentle, it's okay.
Okay. Application AA 2024-00008 is to request an atlas amendment for 2 lots from RUR to RUR-MH, rural residential, to rural residential with mobile homes allowed. This slide shows the 16 lots in the center of this area. These 16 lots are all not zoned for mobile homes. All the surrounding area is zoned for mobile homes. This is an aerial view of the area. And properties directly across the street, this shows that there is a good mix of everything in that area. There's mobile homes directly across the street that are outside of those 16 lots. And a site-built house is also just a couple of lots down. This slide shows, again, the 16 lots that are not zoned rural residential, but completely surrounded by RURMH, zoned for mobile homes. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant, showing basically the location of their proposed mobile home. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Board, any questions? All right, seeing none. Open it to the public. Would anyone like to speak for or against this application? Going once, going twice. Close the public hearing.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve AA 2-2024-0008 William Williams and Shannon Snook.
Second.
Motion
Based
by-
on competence, substantial evidence.
That too.
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Bays. That was a tie. I'm just going to go right. Any further board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, call U3, please.
Wait, I'll go to the bathroom.
Next, you'll be considering CPA AAPUD-202400008, local engineering for Veer Real Estate. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 44 acres from the general commercial district, the mobile home park district, the low-density residential district, and the low-intensity coastal and lakes district to the general commercial district and the recreational vehicle park district. Providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date, as well as you'll be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 44 acres from the general commercial district, the mobile home park district, the low-density residential district, and the low-intensity coastal and lakes district to the general commercial district and the recreational vehicle park / campground district, both with a planned unit development for non-residential uses and a new recreational vehicle park, providing for applicability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe Dr. Wilburn is here.
As fast as you go through that, can't wait for you to come out with a rap song edition.
And I will slow down for the court reporter so she's not over there afraid that I'm going to read it that fast.
Dr. Wilburn, welcome.
Thank you. Mike Wilburn for the public record, P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida, local engineering. A portion of this project appeared before this board in August of 2023. The PDC board voted in May of 2023 to approve or recommended approval. And in August, this board voted to deny with some basis with concerns regarding an unclear path for additional phases, and also citing some other concerns with the existing mobile home park. So I want to go into some detail about how this proposal is different. Before I do that, I want to make sure that you guys remember the previous application before you was for 90 units, and that was on the south side of the existing mobile home park. I don't know, Ms. Katu, could we show a master plan while I'm talking? That would be great. Perfect, thank you. on the south side. And then in your staff report, it mentions that the state has approved the mobile home park for 61 units, mobile homes, and 12 RVs. And so there's 73 there that have an existing vested right, and then there was 90 that we previously proposed for a total of 163. So how is this different? This one is a reduction in what we were previously asking for. This board made it clear that they wanted a clearer path forward for a phase 2. And so, or an additional phase, and how the mobile home park was going to be brought into this project in the future. And so this project, this proposal before you is for one phase. It includes the removal of that mobile home park, the removal of those 61 mobile home lots and 12 RV spots, and the development of one master plan for an RV park. There are 4 major changes, and that's the first one. The second one is that in this application, we have removed quite a bit of the wetlands that were previously included, further preserving that area. It's not included in this zone change. It makes it more of a conservation area for the future, locked in with this application. Number 2, the second major difference is this project is also trying to make the existing the existing motel, which is not shown on this concept plan because it's existing, but it's on the GNC portion that is left up front. And so we're seeking to change that zoning to GNC, which I'm sure Ms. Katu will talk about, which brings that more into compatibility with the surrounding environment. That motel was built in 1975 and is on land that is not currently designated for that, but it's vested in. This would bring that into compliance and again, make it compatible with the surrounding area. And the third thing I want to spend a few minutes on, and that is the wastewater. So on this master plan that you guys have, there is an existing package plant on site, and it's been there. It was last updated, I believe, in the mid-90s, according to the state's website, and design drawings we were able to pull. And so when we redeveloped into one master plan, we reached out to the utility division and asked if we could tie into the sewer. And we were told that it was not possible. There wasn't a way that we could do that. And I stated that at the PDC hearing just last month. And Ms. Katu, in her presentation following mine, said, and this is no disrespect at all, I'm giving you background to how this came about. She said that it wasn't that we couldn't tie in, it was that we could, but it would come with a cost. And so I didn't want her to think that I was misrepresenting what I stated. And so a few days later, I went and pulled the emails and screenshotted them to her from the utility division, stating that there wasn't a pathway forward. And she encouraged me to reach back out to them, which I did. I talked to Ken Cheek, and I talked to, I think, 6 others in his division just this past week. And after going over with me what the calculated flows would be, what the conservative number for gallons per day and gallons per minute would be from this proposed development, he intimated to me that there would be a pathway forward if we wanted to eliminate the package plant that was existing and tie in. So yes, this is on here. Like I said, this just happened in the last week. It happened in the time frame between my wanting to follow up with Ms. Katu and my meeting with them last week. So you have a package plant shown here, which does work. It would meet the requirements of the state. However, if we can tie in, we would rather tie in. And that's always been our intent. That was our intent the last time this application went before you. And so as a follow-up to that, central sewer is required. We know we can do that in one way or the other. It sounds like, based on Mr. Cheek, that we will be able to tie into the existing sewer. And so that space that is currently shown as is the existing treatment plant would become an additional green space to this project. It would be permitted to be removed, demoed, and the site plan wouldn't change. That area would just become an additional green space for the project. And then number 4, which I've already mentioned, was the large portion, which you don't see here. On the northwest corner, a large portion of acreage was removed from this plan unit development and further protecting that wetland. Currently, this request is for 44 acres, which again is not the entire parcel. It backs out quite a bit of the wetlands. And it has a existing motel on the frontage, which you see right there as the GNC. It's kind of the white area running north to south along Highway 19. It seeks to keep that motel in use. There are currently 11 units there, and it's been in use since 1975. But the area of land that motel is sitting on, we are seeking to change to GNC, which is in the staff report. Stormwater, we have no problem complying with Chapter 6 of the Land Development Code, as well as Swiftman's requirements with an ERP. The staff report mentions it's over a certain size, 5 acres, so a biological survey would be required. That hasn't happened yet, but we have had the client, before I got involved, did have a wetland delineation line and some other environmental assessments done, which is how we got to the layout that you see there. There are some wetlands to the south, which you can kind of see encroaching there, and there are also some wetlands to the west. We maintain at a minimum a 25-foot buffer off of the wetlands, and then to the actual sites, there's a minimum of 35 feet off of that wetland buffer. We're making no impacts to any of the wetlands. We're not seeking to mitigate any wetlands. Approximately 15% impervious over the entire site, which is less than what would be allowed. All of the roadways are proposed as 24-foot wide, where 20 foot is the minimum. And again, I think the project brings this old motel more compatible and in compliance with some of the surroundings in terms of its zoning and how it sits. The proposed project meets or exceeds all of the buffer requirements along all the property lines. We're seeking, the density is about 4 units per acre, which is less than the allowable. Each RV spot meets or exceeds the minimum requirements for the size per LDC. And one change that we are asking for this time that you didn't see last time is the addition of like a 5x5 shed for storage on property. You see that a lot on some of these RV parks. We did not include that last time and are requesting that this time. And that's in your staff report as well. Other amenities, there's 2 recreation buildings. One is 1,200 square feet. One is 1,800 square feet. One's in the northwest and one's in the southeast corner. 4 pickleball courts. There's about 3/4 of a mile of walking trail loop, as well as at the time, keeping the wastewater treatment plant the way it is, there was about a ½ acre of green space. Now that ½ acre will be a little over 1 acre of green space, open green space. The only deviation that we are requesting, and the staff report points out, is the relief from the bathhouse requirement. That is something that both boards have seen quite a bit, and it was even talked about this morning at a PDC meeting. We would love to seek relief from the bathhouse requirement because most of these, if not all of these units now have in-house bath facilities, and most RV parks are moving away from them in their design thought process. That's all I have. I would love to answer any questions you guys have.
5x5 storage shed, is that per lot then?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on every site, but we're seeking approval to place one on every site if required.
Okay. Actually, I was in my staff briefing on the 6 growth management cases for tonight. There was a whole separate briefing for that. And I was not going to be in favor of this with the package plant. And so they pulled Ken Cheek into my meeting, and he then had staff reach out to you. And then he got back with me a couple of days later saying it's all good and you guys were delighted. So I am much happier now.
So I kind of, since you mentioned it, can I say something else?
Yes.
Okay. I think it is a great example of collaboration and teamwork and open lines of communication, and we couldn't be happier how we all came together.
Yeah. So, board, do you have any questions for Dr. Wilburn?
Dr. Wilburn, may I? Dr. Wilburn, it was a pleasure to see you. For an RV park, that seems like a new thing for a shed, so this is, I assume you plan on people living there in RVs, like this is a residency if you're having a shed?
So we have in our LDC a maximum of 6 months, and so it is still transient. You can't have a lease longer than that. But a long-term tenant may want to be able to store something, get it out of their RV while they're there, or kids' toys or things like that.
Anyone else
Bikes.
have any questions? Commissioner Bays?
What is the state going to require for XL diesel?
More than likely, we'll have to have a decel right in.
And do you have any idea, I mean, having a truck and a motor home, is it going to be sufficient length time to?
Yeah, so if, where the entrance is now, there's a 50-foot right-of-way that's existing. It's been there. And so you have that whole GNC portion to the front where the existing motel is. And there is adequate spacing there to have that decel lane.
And still have the sidewalk?
And still have what? I'm sorry.
Sidewalk? If you go back to the picture.
Can you go back to where the
sidewalk would have to
motel
be-
is on the front from 19?
The sidewalk would move with the decel lane. It would eat into some of the parking, but that parking is larger than it needs to be anyway. There's a lot of impervious there in front of that motel.
What will the motel be used for?
There's no proposed change for the motel. It's 11 units. They've been there since 1975, and there's no proposed change.
Where's the check-in facility for?
When you pull into this site, you turn to the left, and you can kind of see the road is a little bit wider there in front of the clubhouse. That's the check-in facility. That's 1,800 square foot office check-in. If you continue southward there's a dumpster at the end of that long roadway.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard?
You're asking for relief from the bathhouse requirement. Can you tell me, I guess my concern is you've got all these campers or trailers that we're hoping these people have, or these vehicles, RVs, have bathrooms and showers in them. What if they break? I mean, what? And now, as Commissioner Finnegan pointed out, we've got all these folks that are going, this is going to be a residential area is what it's going to be in RVs. This isn't a park that's
Transient.
yeah, it's residential, or, so if we've got an older camper or an older trailer that has a malfunctioning bathroom in it or shower in it, where are these people going to the bathroom? Where are these people getting a shower at?
In the clubhouses, we would be required to have restroom facilities at a minimum. And if that's a consideration that you have, we could easily put a showering facility along with those restrooms in either or both of those clubhouse facilities.
Commissioner Bays and then Commissioner Schleba.
Commissioner Kennard, one of the things that I've heard about having these bathrooms, when you have standalone bathhouses, then it becomes like a community bathhouse as opposed to being a facility meant strictly for that project. And that's a little bit of a concern. At least that's what I'm being told.
There's, if I may, there is an RV, a very small 30-unit RV park that just opened on Highway 19 in Homosassa. It's really not an RV park. It's adjacent to an RV sales center, and they use it to, somebody's considering buying a unit, they can stay there over the weekend, things like that. And he was a client of mine. We tried to talk him out of a bathhouse, and instead they ended up putting 8 units, a bathhouse. And the issue they're having now They have people from the public that just pull up and they're using the restrooms. So I can kind of see what you're saying. Never really thought about it, but on that particular project, it has been an issue. They're looking at different, like a keypad system just to keep people out. You wouldn't think that people would just pull in. But I will say I've used a porta potty on the side of the road when I needed to, so you never know. You got to do what you got to do.
Kept you out of jail.
Commissioner Schleiba?
Well, Commissioner Kennard brings up questions. So this park, this comprehensive plan, would I own the RV or would the owner own the RVs?
Currently, the way this is designed and the intent would be that you own your RV that you bring to this site.
And I can live there for 6 months, be a winter resident, and then go take it somewhere else another 6 months, or leave it there? And
You have to move it.
you have to move it in 6 months. Okay, thank you. And then
The one about your RV versus mine, I was using that as an example of a smaller unit that's adjacent to an RV sales center.
But if it's my RV and the bathroom breaks, I gotta fix my bathroom, just like if I have a home.
Or you go home.
Yeah. So, is there something I'm missing? Can you help?
We're excited about the result.
Oh,
The clubhouse would be closed at certain hours, I assume?
Yeah, just like a normal office.
So would you have a keypad if you added showers?
Yeah, would have to.
Okay.
If that was a
Okay.
recommendation you wanted us to consider.
I'm sorry, she just reminded me, I didn't know she had a seat. Go ahead.
so, listen, I'm never excited about these kind of projects, but I like that the package plant goes away. I like that it'll be cleaned up.
The mobile home park goes away.
The mobile home park goes away, and getting rid of the permanent structures, because what have we gone through this last month? 2 major hurricanes. So, not excited about it, but I do like this plan. Now, I wasn't here the first time this came before, and so with the protection of some of the wetlands and removing the package plant, I will support it.
We haven't heard from staff or the public
I
yet.
might not support it.
Noted.
Anything further for Dr. Wilburn? Commissioner Kennard, then?
Well, I guess not for Dr. Wilburn, just a comment after hearing Commissioner Slaba's comments. It's not just the RV park that I'm concerned about, but it's, I'm sure that it has the potential to be a very nice project. My concern is that we've now got, or we're approving potentially these campers or RVs to come in there and live for 6 months. That's different than an RV park where people are coming to stay for a week, 2 weeks, see the area, and move on. It's not transit. This is creating a camper and trailer residential area right off of Highway 19. I don't know if at 6 months, are they required to leave the premises, or can they go one street over or one lot over? Do they just have to move from one lot to the next? They have to be, and who monitors that? Who's policing that?
Commissioner Finnegan's next, but maybe, is there an answer for Commissioner Kennard? Or anyone? Or maybe the staff will come out?
Is it possible? Is it right? Is it possible for a recommendation to come that has a shorter maximum lease. Which may help some of his
Everyone's looking
concerns.
at me, so Chair wants me to answer that. You're actually changing the zoning to RV park, so it would go under what the zoning requirements are, which is a maximum of 180 days, the 6-month, and I'm sure Joanna might correct me if I'm wrong.
And I would assume that a private company could shorten that. That would be the maximum, correct?
Oh, certainly within their own
Yes.
doc.
But then also who polices it, to Commissioner Kennard's point?
I think it would fall to code compliance.
Okay.
So it would have to be complaint-driven, initiated, and then investigated by code compliance.
And I'm not sure, Commissioner Kennard, how are you seeing this different as any other RV park? Because all the RV parks can be 6 months if they allow it.
I didn't have that concern until Commissioner Finnegan brought up, these 5x5 sheds, which, they're creating a small garage. And initially, I would envision, an RV park. RVs, as we all know, the buses can be millions of dollars. I think that's a different level than what we're considering here now with these garages and creating a residential area. And let's face it, code compliance is not gonna go in there and say, you've been here for 7 months, or you've been here for 6.5 months. I certainly don't intend to be a thorn in this project, but I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to, I guess, raise the bar in the end product.
May I answer one thing? My impression of the 5x5, you may have kayaks, you may have bikes, you may have any other number of things that are, easier to store in a 5x5 than it is. So I didn't actually make that assumption that would necessarily encourage long-term residents. So that was just my thought, just so you know where my head was. But Commissioner Finnegan and then Commissioner Schleybaugh.
I have a question and then some comments. To help me with my question, Joanna, could you kindly pull up page 1758 and put it on the screen? When she gets that up there, Dr. Wilburn, is this the existing RV park, or is this what you're saying is going away? That's not it. 1758? Yes. Can you describe this to us?
That's one of the roads. That's one of the roads in the existing mobile home park.
And you're saying all that would go away? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for answering that. So my comment to, which I was going to save, but Commissioner Kennard had brought this up. We have a comprehensive plan for a reason. We all talk about smart growth and we all talk about the layout of our communities, and Homosassa right now is saturated with RV parks, saturated. So there would be less issue for me if this was just zoned RV park and you put an RV park. We cannot, as a board, keep changing the zoning all over Homosassa for RV parks. Because if we're talking about the future and we're talking about smart growth, where are we putting anything else? Now, I have no issue with you where the hotel is changing that to GNC. That makes perfect sense up front. But to keep adding more zoning for RV parks, I think potentially is hurting our area. Second problem is we just came off of 2 hurricanes, and I understand that you came off the wetlands, but there's a reason that it's zoned coastal lakes in front of that, because we're trying to keep less humans, less development away from all that wetlands. So one, zoning for RV park, we don't need anymore. And 2, there's no way, especially west of 19, that I think we should ever change coastal lakes to an RV park development. Evacuation is another concern. I was part of that during the second one. We are clogged up when that happens, and I just think this is very dangerous. This is an environmentally sensitive area, and like I said, we have a comprehensive plan for a reason, but we keep changing the zoning, especially in Homosassa, and at some point, it's not making any sense.
Okay, so the problem that I see right now is if we don't do anything to it, you still have an RV, what do you call it, a mobile home park?
It's a mobile home park.
Okay, so,
It has 12 RV spots, but it's a mobile home park.
and Homosassa, this has been since 1975, Homosassa has a lot of mobile homes. It was allowed since, I guess, 1975. I didn't grow up in a mobile home, so I'm not, can you get up and move the mobile home? I don't know, but I know right now, if we didn't do anything, we would still have the package plants there and mobile homes, correct?
Yep.
So this is the problem with trying to fix something from 1975. And that's why I like that. I mean, would I like to see either one of these there? No, but it's not in my flavor to want to live in one of, or travel around the country and live in a mobile home or RV or whatever you want to call it. So I'm just trying to find the best way to clean this up. Because it is, historically, this is what it is. So if we do nothing, it just stays the way it is? Okay.
I think Ms. Katu still has to present, but if the sheds are heartburn, we can remove them. I think kayak storage and bike storage was the main objective, but it's not a big deal.
Ms. Katu?
I have
Nope, sorry.
I think
Yeah,
you
I
were
got
first,
some.
so.
I just want to respond to a comment that Commissioner Finnegan said. I don't have an issue, again, with the changing it to an RV park if we're raising the bar, if it's something next level. What I'm seeing in this picture that you asked them to bring up, if you blow that up, if you expand that picture, zoom in on that picture, there's a wooden deck built beside one of them.
So
That,
mobile home parks are, sorry,
no, go ahead.
mobile home parks they're fixed in nature. There's 12 units here by state vesting that are allowed to be there. I don't know how many RVs Ms. Katu might know that are actually there, but the majority of these structures are permanent, mobile.
Yeah, all right. We're not getting this.
Nope. And the owner is here, and he'll speak during public comment, and I think he'll address some of that also.
Okay.
Mr. Wilburn, did you say there's 12 mobile homes?
There's currently 12 RV spots that are allowed to be there, and 61 mobile homes that are allowed to be there.
And then
I don't know how many are there, but that's what's allowed.
So 61 and 12. And then how many for your proposal?
142.
Exactly. So that's my point.
But I
with
will say the
with
142 include all of the property to the south. The 73 total that's approved now is only on the small piece to the north.
Well, Commissioner Schlebach's point was trying to fix it, but we're just adding more. I understand we're cleaning it up and changing it, but we're adding a lot more. It's not that we're one for one, take out the mobile homes, put in RVs, and everything's going to be okay. It's a lot more. It's changing the zoning to allow a lot more. Thank you.
Ms. Katu?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'm recognizing that I forgot to do ex parte, so it might be a good time to do that now. Have you had any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Slabaugh.
Spent the last 15 minutes doing that.
Outside of the hearing.
No.
Smart aleck.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
I apologize for forgetting that.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Can you, I think I've gotten confused and Commissioner Finnegan saying, saying that we're adding a lot more. I understood we were gonna get rid of the fixed units. Am I wrong on that, what I read? So please, can you clear it up for me, because that will make a difference in my decision.
The fixed units, meaning the mobile homes? Yeah, the mobile homes are going away.
So then,
But you're adding 148 RV spots.
But it's additional
The
land.
intensity is much greater.
I get that part, but there's not gonna be any fixed mobile home.
No.
No, and I'm not sure the density is greater per se, because there's a huge amount of land that's being added to
Thank you,
that.
that's what I'm confused
The
about.
density is not greater. It's
Okay,
less.
thank you,
Yeah.
okay.
But you're taking this, to her point, you're taking the vested 73
Uh-huh,
and replacing them. And then you're adding whatever that, another 69 to the adjacent property to the south.
And the acreage is going from what to what? Total acreage
12
now?
acres to 44, I believe.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Welborn.
okay, that was clear as mud to me. How many units, please, how many units are there now?
Why don't we
70?
Okay. We'll let her, make sure you define current acreage, future total acreage, including the current acreage, and the total units versus the current total units.
Okay, so y'all familiar with this? You did see this before in 2023. Right now, it is allowed 61 mobile home spaces and 12 RV spaces, as the applicant has said. And you can see in the picture, there's one of the mobile homes that are allowed right there. They can have 61 of them. And what the applicant is proposing to do is what he wanted to do before was change 45.6 acres. So he's adding 45.6 acres to the south, but there's a shuffle. He's basically not including a lot of the wetlands. So when he's finished, what's proposed is a lot more acreage than existing and only RVs and no mobile homes. So why that's important, I'm hearing all your discussion, is our coastal high hazard area does not allow new mobile homes or new mobile home parks. We absolutely don't want them here because we found out with the storms,
Amen.
et cetera. So removing one of these nonconformities, this got vested rights in 1975, which means it was already in place then. So this is very old. You can see from the picture that I showed already, it does not meet at all any mobile home park standards. It does not meet RV park standards. So removing this is certainly an improvement. I think that Dr. Wilburn is correct as far as density. It's going to 4 units an acre. They are allowed to have up to 7, and that's RVs. That's not permanent residence. I realize some people might think they are, but they really are transient. They must be transient. All right. Hope that makes sense, clear as mud, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so this is the site, the 42,300, that smaller lot, that is where the existing park is. That is what will be removed. And you can see the motel there on the right on US 19. And a portion of the other part up behind it, 31,400, is being added. But they're also keeping a lot of the wetlands outside of this application and keeping those as wetlands. So this is the zoning. You've got a mix of zoning. The actual mobile home, the motel is not in a GNC area where you think it is. It's in MHP. And then you have some GNC in the front that's undeveloped, and LDR and CL, and then back to the wetlands behind that's off-site. So this existing motel would stay. This is proposed to be changed to commercial, which, as one of you pointed out correctly, it makes sense. This is existing commercial since the 70s. This would be allowing general commercial. So because it's in the coastal high hazard area, they will have to meet LDC standards for any new uses, meaning some of the uses that you now have put in place protections in the coastal high hazard area for general commercial that has to come before you, such as gasoline sales or car wash or something like that, would need to come before you for any kind of uses like that if they decide to ever tear this motel down. So this is a zoom of the site plan, and we've talked quite a bit about the wastewater treatment plant. They are required to have central water and sewer because they have 4 units and 4 RV sites an acre. So by doing that, they do have to have that. They are actually proposed to connect to Homosassa Special Water District for water, and then you've heard the discussion that they think they can connect to county utilities for sewer. A couple of changes. Dr. Wilburn did a good job of pointing out how this changed from the last application. There were some reduced buffers on the last application. This is to the property to the south. They're not here anymore. They are proposing to meet all of the county standards for buffers. And let's see, the Planning and Development Commission did discuss this on October 3rd. They recommended approval by a 4-3 vote. There was quite a lot of discussion about this particular application, as this board is. The applicant during the hearing did add one condition, that there would be a minimum of 24-foot wide access aisles. He offered that. The 5x5 shed he's proposing, the Land Development Code allows up to 60 square foot sheds on RV park lots if they want to have that. So he's asking for 25 foot. And you heard from the applicant, he is perfectly fine with removing that if that is a concern.
And that dark, can you go back to the current zoning map?
Easier said than done, hang on. It's the mouse.
With all the pretty colors? That one, so all the dark green area that's CL is not part of this application, correct?
There is part of the CL that's part of this application, it's probably clear on this one. Where the wetlands are, which are somewhere around and back in here, are not part of it. So about where wetland starts behind the sewer plant is not part of it. It would stay CL wetland.
Yes, that's what I wanted to make sure. I asked that in the briefing, but this is also a public hearing, so I wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page. Board, do you have any questions? Commissioner Finnegan?
Ms. Coutu, thank you. The picture that we looked at before on where the existing mobile home park is,
That one? Yeah.
that's why I wanted it brought up. Commissioner Kennard had a keen eye. Now, they said the mobile home park goes away, but this passes. These aren't mobile homes. These are obviously RVs that people have been living in and put porches in. They obviously don't have to go away. All that actually stays, just the mobile homes would have to go away.
With the master plan that they have, they would. It doesn't match up correctly, but this picture is here because it did show both uses that are there now.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Schleifer?
I don't have an issue with the 5x5, is it 5 foot by 5 foot? But I am curious, is this something that the owner of the property would be building and it would be consistent with, like, it wouldn't be hodgepodge? Like this, I want to see if you were to do that, and I get it for bikes or kayaks or golf clubs, but it would, the only way I would entertain that, and you're going smaller, is if it was built consistently and made to look uniform and raise the bar.
And wind resistant.
And you can add that condition if you'd like. Not necessarily uniform. Well, yeah, that the owner operator must be uniform in appearance or something like that. I don't know how we'd regulate that. It'd be a little tough, but I think he's hearing what you're saying. So.
To dovetail, are you done, Commissioner Schleifer? To dovetail on what you said earlier, I kind of break into hives doing anything west of 19, given everything that we've been through and when we've all seen this coming in resiliency. I see this as a major upgrade of what they have now, especially tying into sewer. So I am going to support it with some conditions, but I know. I'm sorry. I'm starting to fade a little bit, but I just want to make a comment that to what you said about making it a little bit more upscale. I think that there is a excellent business opportunity to be had to go upscale with this property. We just had the Plantation Inn wiped out for many, many months. And as chair of the Tourism Development Commission, I can tell you that we are desperately lacking hotel rooms. And so having an RV park that is set up to be very transient, very tourist-oriented would be helpful for our economy for sure. So, anything further before I stop putting my foot in my mouth and open public? Okay, go ahead.
Overall, I mean, I guess I feel like it's a little intense. I mean, I'm not seeing any break. I mean, it just seems like you're lining up. Each row is 16 units, and then you're surrounding them on the outside, and it doesn't feel like there's, it feels like they're just all gonna be one RV next to the other, and there's no landscaping, there's, I mean, there might be other places, but I mean, when you put those pads in, it looks like they're just gonna be stacked on top of each other. And it doesn't have that feel of like if you're on vacation, you're just, it's like you're just crammed into a spot. And I feel like it would be, it's just a little intense for me.
Anything else? Open up to the public. Would anyone like to speak for or against this matter?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. Well, if you're gonna make it an RV park, there has to be something, you know, that says they cannot stay more than a certain amount. Okay, number one, can they stay 6 months. And then how long do they have to be away before they come back for another 6 months? They do this up in the Panhandle. Friend of mine, he retired from the Army and the Air Force Base. They can park on the one site for 6 months. They have to be gone 24 hours. And then they can come back for another 6 months. That's TDC money because it's bed tax and it's not property tax. Who are we trying to serve? The TDC for the tourism or the residents with getting property taxes for this many units? Okay? I didn't see any swimming pool anywhere for the residents, but I've had a trailer in the past, and my kids have trailers. Everyone has a bathhouse, even if it's just 2 showers and 2 toilets. Because while you're setting it up, you know, your little RV, you may have the need to use a restroom prior to getting your trailer set up. So I don't like the idea that there's no bathhouse or no restrooms. And I didn't see washateria. Most places, you know, if you're going to an RV park for a week, they have a laundry room. Okay, so I was trying to look for that. The 5x5 sheds, as long as they're uniform, they're reasonably, it's a reasonable thing because you can put your chairs in there, you can put the, you know, outside barbecue grill that you've brought with you. You can put, you know, different things in there. And if they're all uniform, that is gonna keep that thing looking nice. At least I feel that would make it look nice. If you look at some of the houses we have from Habitat in Inverness, each one has a shed. And they all have the same shed, and the color matches the house. So the uniformity, if we're trying to make upscale Citrus County, well, I'm about 19, okay? We want it to look nice. We want to, inviting, you know? We are a destination place. We're trying to get tourists, but we have to decide, are we doing tourists so they can't stay more than a certain amount of time, so they give tourist dollars, or are we giving them a year to live here? Because heck, I could take my trailer away for a day and come back for another 6 months. And it wouldn't be that bad. You know, they've got those kind of housing up in Rock Crusher. Okay, so Those people live there full-time in RVs.
Next speaker?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I just want to let you know that I understand your concerns, perfectly justified. And I also understand your concern that we talked last time as well. But let me assure you, we are not here to do some wishy-washy type of work here. We are here committed to build a 5-star, high-class, very, very nice-looking outfit right on in Homosassa to look good with a great entrance, etc. We really are committed developers. And it's not me as much, it's my son who has grew up in the Citrus County school system and has done finance from Kelly's Business School from Indianapolis. He has been recently been taken as a GC license as well as a developer. And I'm just helping him, basically, and he's here sitting behind. So our commitment to Citrus County is nothing less than what you wanted to be worried about or concerned with it. Now we have any problem with the financial problems. We are committed to spend as much we need to make it a great project. Please understand that these things that are looking close by, they are not going to be there once we demolish what we have and build new ones. It will be a proper planned program completely. And likewise, these sheds and all that is just a matter of convenience. So we have seen actually on the way coming here, we visited one of the high-end mobile home parks in Brooksville. And we were just collecting all the data. What is the best way to do a good outfit? So we truly, truly are committed to do a great project. Let me tell you a couple more things about myself and my family. I have been, in 1985, I came to Homosassa, started a practice, and practiced in entire Citrus County for last over 35 years. All my adulthood has been invested in my time, investments, and community relationship. Everything I did is for Citrus County, and we have not anything that less of anything to do what we want to do to the community. Number one, I started a solo gastroenterology practice in Citrus County, in Crystal River, and then it's called Gastroenterology Associates. I recruited every year additional associates with different talents. So what we did, we built all qualities of all types of gastroenterology special practices to provide to Citrus County residents. This is a great help. You may not really realize. Why? Because previously for everything special, I'm sorry if I am out of time.
Yeah,
Am I? Okay,
Yeah.
let me finish it quickly. Basically, we built endoscopy centers, gastroenterology centers. We served also, let me say one point at least, a passionate point that I want to tell you, that we never ever given any collection agencies to engage in our practice. Even today, the same policy we follow. And also right now, just to let you know, I'm running a non-profit service called Awareness USA to help underprivileged students in the lower income neighborhoods. But so I don't want to
Thank you, sir.
exceed your time. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Whatever you
Doctor?
do, fine. We'll be fine anyway. But if you want to, we'll do it here. That's all I can say.
Thank you, doctor.
Doctor, is that Ankush in the back?
Ankush is here. Yeah. Ankush
Ah,
is
stand up, Ankush.
Chair, for the record, he did not state his name.
Yeah, can you state your name for the record, please? Sir?
Dr. Purnachandra Rao Bikasani.
Okay. And if you ever come before us again, you can also let your son do half of your speech, so the two of you can get 6 minutes without
Thank
me
you very
breaking the
much.
rules.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I'm not voting for it because of Ankush, but we did carpool, and he was the funniest kid growing up. So Julie and Catherine's mom.
Oh, dear.
Just for Dr. Wilburn, his clients can all talk during their presentation.
Yeah, they can, yeah,
So it wouldn't be limited.
yeah. Oh, we shouldn't have run the timer at all? Okay. I've done this job, I've done the center seat for a year, and I still stumble on growth management every once in a while, so it's all fun. Where was I? Okay, so anyone else to speak? Hmm?
For the record again, Paul Darty, 3481 West King B Street. Surprise, surprise, I approve of this. It's a historical moment, yes. The area they're talking about can virtually only be improved by what they're doing. My personal thoughts, having worked for the health department and done septic work back in this place, would be to bring in a lot of fill and raise it up, because it is wet, 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 and nasty soils back there. But other than that, go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to speak for or against this? Going once, going twice, close, open to the, or public hearing portion of this?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I had an awful lot of concerns when we started discussing this, but through the course of the conversation, I feel like my concerns have been addressed. I believe that Dr. Biccasani and his son are going to create a quality project back there. We're not going to get what I initially feared, and I would be willing to make a motion that we approve it. You know what? I'm not going to make a motion yet.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make a motion. I would like to approve CPA/AA/PUD-2024-00008 for Veer Real Estate, and based on competent and substantial evidence.
The one thing we learned from
Thank you, Commissioner
Kitchen.
Kennard.
Second.
And just to clarify, Commissioner, that would be with the conditions, including the one you've added to must be uniform in appearance for the sheds, correct?
Do you
Can
agree
you
with
read the
that?
conditions? Because I have some concerns. Just read the conditions, please.
I think there's 13
There's 13 of them. You want to hear them all?
Well, the ones that we were most concerned about, bathhouse, and Commissioner Bays brought up landscaping. Is there any landscaping
Right,
requirements for that?
so the bathhouse, all developments must meet the requirements of LDC Section 3310, recreational vehicle parks unless specifically stated. A toilet, washroom, and/or bath facilities are not required. That is how it's currently proposed. That's up to you if you want to change that.
So the relief is in place right now for bathhouse. We would have to add that back in.
Right, the PDC approved it, recommended approval with that condition, and it wouldn't be required.
Okay.
Do you want to add
And-
that back in?
And, well, we'll take the temperature of the
didn't
board,
make the
but also
motion.
the landscaping aspect. Having visited 2 brand-new RV parks in the county, one looks like scorched earth with everything just lined up like little soldiers and no landscaping to speak of other than a couple of little twigs. And one has beautiful avenues and gorgeous landscaping, even as raw and young as it is. So
Right.
I have a little concern about that as well.
The Land Development Code does not help us on this one. There really aren't any guidance for landscaping in an RV park. So I don't know what to,
Madam Chairman.
Yes, save me.
And to the point about the bathhouse, there is a restroom there. It will have a keypad. You had stated that. It's not a bathhouse because that just sounds gross. But, so it's gonna have a bathroom there and a shower. It's in the clubhouse.
It's in the clubhouse, but it's not a standalone bathhouse.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Trying to find a nice word. Janet, you had said it needed a bathhouse. That's kind of like in the past, and we're moving, this
No,
is,
Actually, she stated that it didn't have a bathroom, and it does.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, where was I? And I would recommend landscaping because then it's more attractive and you will get more business. but we cannot
Okay.
dictate that.
Okay.
So I think the condition for the
So-
washrooms and bath facilities is a toilet, washroom, and/or bath facilities are not required outside of proposed clubhouses? Is that
Yes, but the bathroom must be available 24/7, even if by keypad, is what I would say. Yes? Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Schlegel, you're the motion makers. No? You do you, it's your motion.
You're getting all up in me, so,
Giving you a hard time.
what is your question? You want it 24 hours? If it's a keypad, it's pretty much available 24 hour.
Well, we didn't have a keypad in the conditions is the point. It would have closed hours. So I'm pretty sure you'd be okay with a keypad, yes? Yeah.
Or design it what?
I'm sorry, Dr. Wilburn, can you
You're gonna
come
have
to
to
the
come to the
mic
mic.
if we're going to engage?
There's no architectural plans for this structure yet, but if you guys want to, we could eliminate that by just stating that as a part of that 1,800 square foot footprint, there is a restroom facility that is accessed 24/7.
By your people, not by
Correct.
random people. Got it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. So this isn't why I'm voting no, but it seems like this is a loophole because this came before us before for a mobile home park, and they're not able to do that. So RV park allows a lot more. But the reason why I'm voting no, which I'm a little confused that you say it's been cleared up, it seems like the issues were highlighted. The last speaker said, quote, "The land is wet, 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 wet." Did I get all the wets? So the land is wet. It's in coastal lakes. And Commissioner Barrick had a great point. Who are we doing this for? So not only on this project, but from here on out, if someone comes before me, and I hope the board in the future adopts this, if we're going to actually change zoning, I want to hear what the benefit is to the citizens of Citrus County. I want to know what the benefit is to the taxpayers, to the people that put me in the seat and said, please represent my voice. So RV park, mobile home, whatever you want to call it, west of 19, I don't know why we all didn't learn this lesson, is a very, very bad idea. Putting anything and changing it from coastal lakes is a bad idea. Not taking it off the tax rolls, like you said, and giving the money somewhere else is a very bad idea. Homosassa is saturated with RV parks right now. We keep approving them. Some are allowed to be there, and that's great. If it's in the comprehensive plan, they could put an RV park in, more power to them. We cannot keep changing zoning for individuals. And no offense, Mr. Bixani, you were here the last time. You seemed like a very nice man. But especially in my district, I have to look out for what the people want in my district and what's best for Citrus County. Us keep changing zoning on the fly is not good. And from what I hear, it's not what our people want. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard?
the benefit to our residents is that this will now be a lot of improved acreage that we collect property taxes on. The individual RV owners that come in there will pay not only their nightly rent, but they're going to pay that tourism tax on top of it. So this improved acreage is going to be paying a higher ad valorem tax than what they would otherwise leaving it as it sits now. I understand the argument about the comp plan, and I do think that needs to be addressed very quickly, but I think rewriting the comp plan is a major process that lies ahead for this board. The current comp plan was written in, 89? that was long before we had the Suncoast Parkway coming through here, long before the boom in tourism. You know, more and more people traveling by RVs, people more mobile than what we used to be. So as I said when we started, I don't have a problem with the rezoning of this. I wanted to make sure that we weren't getting more of the picture we saw up there. So I think that it is appropriate to do this in this situation. And I think that I know that there's a benefit to our local residents by doing this. So,
Madam Chairman?
Commissioner Schleybaugh?
Yes, and this was from 1975. We're cleaning something up. It's going to benefit the community in the sense that you're taking that package plant, obsolete, that hasn't been inspected even since the 80s or 90s. Anyway, long time. What did you say about that? When's the last record you saw?
I think the word you used, inspected, is what it was. What
Oh, okay.
Struck a nerve. So it's a permitted, properly operating package plant, which has an expectancy, I think, of maybe five, maybe more years, something like that. Most likely, when it comes time to renew that permit, it won't meet BMAP standards. So something will have to happen.
So you don't like inspected, but it's been there a long time. And we're gonna get rid of that, get them on central sewage and cleaning it up. So I believe that's a benefit. Am I crazy about this project? No, I'm not. But if it's gonna raise the bar and you're gonna raise the bar and make it nicer, then and the bed tax will be a benefit for the citizens, so I stand by my motion. And as far as my motion was with the 13 conditions that were outlined.
I would say it's a huge win for the environment. It's not perfect, it's not, you know, but it is cleaning up something significantly.
should be 14 conditions, right? We added the condition of the 5x5 sheds all being constructed uniform.
I just added that on to condition 7, which
7.
allows the shed, and then just added
Okay.
the phrases must be uniform in appearance.
Got it.
Chair,
Yes.
can I get a clarification of that motion? Because there were other discussions that weren't a part of the official motion. So would you like to amend the motion to add the conditions that you were changed?
We just want to make sure you stay awake over there.
I can read what y'all have discussed if you want to accept
Yeah,
that.
why don't, just let Commissioner Schleybaugh, the
Okay.
conditions.
My
take a-
my motion was to approve CPA/AA/PUD-2024-00008 for Veer Real Estate. And it has 13 conditions. We added to condition number 7 that you make the sheds uniform and pretty. And
I think you,
if we would highly recommend some landscaping and greenery.
And what about condition 4?
In condition 4, I added at the end, based on your discussion, a toilet, washroom, and/or bath facilities are not required outside of proposed clubhouses and must be accessible to RV occupants 24/7.
well done.
Very good. Yes, that is my motion.
You good, Madam Clerk? All righty. And you are good with all that?
Yep.
If there's nothing further, I'll call the vote. Yes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
Congratulations.
Chair, can I get the 2 parties that said nay?
Rebecca Bays.
Finnegan
Put it
and
down as
Bays.
Ruthie Schleybaugh.
I'm gonna have everybody in Homosassa email you all when they're evacuating and angry.
U5.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is a PUD. Wow, it looks very short compared to normal. PUD 2478.
That is
Have you,
short. It's going to mess up your rap jam.
With regard to this application, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No.
No.
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and an expired planned unit development overlay master plan to allow for a house of worship and accessory uses to the house of worship, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here, and the witnesses for the applicant will all follow the applicant.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Case. I'm with Next Level Planning and Permitting, and our address is 3825 South Florida Avenue, and that is in Lakeland. I am the authorized agent for the landowner, Calvary Christian Center Assembly of God. A little bit of history, as it's always fun to walk through and the history of how we got where we are today. So in 2000, we're requesting that we vacate an expired PUD by actually putting another PUD on it for a different use. So we went around about like our elbow to finally get here. But the final result is that we do have a binding site plan, a PUD for Calvary Christian Center. So in 2008, this site was approved with a master plan PUD that included 118,000 square feet of retail. That never came to fruition. So by default, it expired, but it still was kind of running with that number. So that's why we're revising.
Is it the same case number? Is that why it's short? Is it from 2004?
No, ma'am.
I'm just wondering.
That's fine. No, it was from 2008. I don't know if that
2008,
matters,
whatever.
But, we're basically 2 parcels combined is 19 and a half acres. And we did submit a revised site plan that I believe is in your packet. And that was based on some of the comments that we received from the Planning and Development Commission. So I want to say those changes include our development team has several different disciplines involved, and staff was very thorough and put together a chart of deviations we were requesting from the Land Development Code regarding buffering, and actually that was not our intent. So that has been removed. We are not asking for a setback variance from any of the landscaping or whatever. So that was changed and is reflected on the revised PUD. We're complying directly with the Land Development Code requirements. We moved the cross access that is on the east within the commercial district that we were required to do. We added a notation of surrounding existing land uses residential.
Hang on just a second. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but it's like a theater here, and we hear you like you're on stage. So if everyone could just quiet their conversations, because we can't hear her very well. Thank you.
And the final change we made was a 5-foot sidewalk along the frontage. So we are in agreement with staff conditions, and I will stand for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Board, any questions? Madam Attorney?
Do they have any other witnesses that they wanted to
Do
bring
you have
up?
anyone else to speak for you? Okay. Thank you. All right, take it away. You got your microphone on?
Thank you.
Make sure you speak into it, yeah.
All right, Melissa Morris, planner. I'm presenting PUD 2478.
This application was heard by the PDC on August 6th as AA 2024-00004. They requested to remove the PUD. The application was continued and is now requesting the PUD amendment to allow for the house of worship and associated school buildings, athletic fields, open space, parking. The PDC board did vote in favor of the PUD amendment on October 3rd. This is an aerial view of the property. It abuts a commercial wholesale nursery, a residential development. We've got Norval Bryant, Northcroft, and Hernando Elementary School. This is the zoning. And this is the original site plan. It has been revised and it is in your packet. The applicant has agreed at the PDC meeting to meet the LDC standards for buffering. They have agreed to install a sidewalk along East Norval Bryant Highway. They have moved their cross access. They also agreed to have no connection to East Lemon Drive and connect to central water and sewers. This does appear to be a less intense use than the approved 118,000 square foot retail development. Staff feels the revised buffers, which now meet LDC standards, will help reduce the off-site impact of noise and lighting and increase compatibility with the adjacent neighbors. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Schleybaugh?
Is this site the one that has the billboard about eternity and?
No, it's directly adjacent to that.
Okay, okay.
Give me a
Yes, it would be east of it.
Anything else? Questions? Nope. All right. Start the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak for or against this matter? Going once, going twice. We'll close the public hearing. I think it's kind of nice that it's a school right across from a school. That's one combined school zone.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
based on competent and substantial evidence, I make a motion to approve PUD 2473.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Any further board Yep. Finnegan, sorry.
It's 2478. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, second.
All right, got it right that time. Let me drink some more Celsius. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. U6.
I don't think we have any more. Just
Just
kidding.
stand up for a second.
Just kidding. Commissioners, with regard to CPA AA PUD -2023-000011, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with
You start in the
Commissioner Kennard.
No.
No.
middle? No, ma'am.
No.
No.
And I'm just saying the court reporter hopefully is starting. I can't see her because of the big screen. Okay. And so with regard to this application, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to transmit do I even do this for?
Always used to make fun of commissioners eating up here. She's sharing if anyone.
We're going to read this. You're going to ask to transmit the draft ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 207.1 acres from the low-density residential district to the low-density residential district with mobile homes allowed, the professional services and office district, and the general commercial district to the planned residential district with a planned unit development for residential and commercial uses. providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. That's probably the first time y'all actually heard me. And also considering the draft ordinance, an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 207.1 acres from the low-density residential district, professional services and office district, and general commercial district to the residential mixed-use district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that Madam Chair, I believe you have some instructions.
All righty. I'm supposed to read the entire script you've given me, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. An attorney wrote it, so it's long. All right.
It's for attorneys to understand.
This is a meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on application CPA AA PUD 2023-00011, Kathy Ebaugh for the crossings, hereinafter referred to as applicant. After the public hearing, the commission will be asked to take action on the application either by approval or denial of the application. To make all aware, the formal parties to this proceeding are the crossings, represented by Kathy Ebaugh, I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, and Citrus County, which will present a staff presentation. We have an application to intervene filed by Robert W. Batzel, Jr., Esquire, on behalf of Crystal River Quarries Incorporated. We now need to determine whether Crystal River Quarries Incorporated will be granted party status. Looking for a motion from the board
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion.
to grant party status.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have an additional application to intervene filed by Timothy Riley of Gunster, Yoakley, and Stewart, PA, on behalf of Citrus County Mining Association, Incorporated. We now need to determine whether Citrus County Mining Association, Incorporated will be granted party status. Board?
Motion to approve Citrus County Mining Association as party status.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I didn't realize that Kennard was not in the room. I will pause for a moment. All right, both motions passed unanimously. A formal party to the proceeding in accordance with the law and as a matter of procedural due process has the right to cross-examine witnesses, present evidence, and demand that witnesses testify under oath. Although the public is not a formal party to the proceeding, the public does have a right to be heard, and an opportunity will be given to the public to be heard. To ensure that everything runs smoothly, I find it important to quickly go over the procedure of how things are to occur today. First, the applicant will present its application, then county staff will make its presentation, then the interveners will make their presentations. After that, the commission will open the meeting to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal, and then I will open it up to the commission for discussion and action. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponents' comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for an organization. Comments from the public and parties need to be limited to the subject and issue before this commission today. When anyone comes up to speak, we expect everyone to conduct themselves in a manner fitting this professional setting. Personal attacks and other inappropriate behavior are discouraged, and if this occurs, you will be asked to sit down. Additionally, when you come up, this is a time for you to comment, and your comments need to be directed to the chair. This may be a long proceeding, and as such, the commission may, at its own discretion, take recesses as needed. If and when recesses are called, do not speak of this issue with any commission member. The commission retains the right to ask questions at any time of anyone. Every person from the public wishing to speak today and any witnesses that may speak today will be placed under oath, and as stated before, you are subject to cross-examination by the applicant. Next, the commission needs to formally adopt backup materials into evidence. Looking for a motion?
So
Motion
moved.
to adopt the backup materials into evidence.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Prior to proceeding, I am going to defer to the county attorney's office for ex parte communications and then take care of procedural matters.
Madam Chair, we've done the ex parte. The only matter I would like to address is, looks like your attorney has a typo, and in the beginning, it stated, you stated that the commission would be asked to take action on the application either by approval or denial of the application. I would just like to correct that. That should have been that the commission will be asked to transmit the application or not transmit the application. So I apologize for that error.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. If a formal party to the proceeding makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. In a moment, I will give an opportunity for the applicant to take care of any procedural concerns they may have. Do any of my colleagues have any procedural questions or comments? Seeing none, does the applicant have any procedural matters to resolve now?
No, we do not.
Thank you. And did we say 30 minutes each? Is that right?
I don't think you discussed that with them yet.
Okay. To the interveners, how will you be utilizing your time for the three parties? Are you going to do 2, 1, 3?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. Spoke with Ms. Lynn, and we can certainly combine our presentations. We are speaking with one voice, and to be efficient, we can tackle this in much less than 60 minutes. We think we can coordinate.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that.
Madam Chair, as a matter of a procedure, I don't know whether whether the applicant or any of the interveners or staff wish that the parties be sworn in. So we might need to ask them if they want this, anyone that's going to testify, if they would like, anyone would like any of them sworn in.
So if any of them want to be someone sworn in, then we're going to swear them all in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone?
I'd like to have our consultants sworn in.
Okay.
And I'd like to have anyone testifying.
Yeah, come up
You
to
know
the mic,
what?
please.
My name's Hal Cantor. I'm an attorney, and I'm representing the applicant. My address, my law firm address is 215 North Eola, Orlando, Florida.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
And we'll do the swearing. Madam Clerk, I don't remember whether you do this or I do this. I do it? All right. Anyone who's going to testify this evening, if you would please stand and raise your right hand. Is anyone from the public going to testify? Why don't you go ahead and take the oath, just to be sure. Yeah, get your hand up. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that everyone answered in the affirmative. And when you come to the microphone to testify, can you please, for the record, just state that you've been sworn? Thank you.
All right. Applicant presentation.
30 minutes.
Give me 1 second. It's a lot of questions.
So,
Hang
just
on,
before we
just
get
one-
started, that's a different, like, so this is the second one of these I've done, which is probably as many as some of you on the board, right? The first one, it wasn't a 30-minute, so I don't know where the 30 minutes came from, but it was a consensus between the two attorneys, and I don't feel that we got that, so, because our presentation is definitely more than 30 minutes.
Okay.
And I heard Mr. Batzel say an hour, he can get it done in an hour. So we're certainly not gonna let them take 60 minutes and do ours in 30.
Yeah, well, this was I believe that was a discussion during Pine Ridge, and we gave equal time to everyone, and I don't know if you checked the record, but I could swear it was 45 minutes. What was your memory? 45 for each?
Well, that was a question between
Yeah.
the two councils, and we made a mistake. We couldn't push it in 45 minutes. So if you're telling me that that's a rule or procedure or something, I can understand that, but I don't believe that that is the case.
So under your code, when you have formal quasi-judicial procedures, each party is allotted 30 minutes.
Okay.
And I can cite the code section for you if.
No, you
Mr.
don't need to do that. But I mean, if it's 30 minutes, then they certainly aren't gonna get 60 minutes.
There are two interveners, so they would each be entitled to 30 minutes. So each party gets 30, the staff gets 30 minutes, each intervener gets 30 minutes, and the applicant gets 30 minutes.
And Mr. Batzel, you said you could do 30 minutes for both? Okay.
Okay. That's great. Get back on the road. So, I'll talk faster, sorry. Yep, I was just waiting for the clock to start, but thank you for asking me ahead of time.
Out of respect, I usually just wait till you state your name, so I'm not wasting your time.
Thank you.
Yes.
My name is James Dix. I'm the applicant. My professional address is in Lake Mary, Florida, and this will be the slowest I talk, so, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Again, my name's James Dix. It's not the first time I've been in front of you, certainly the second time in this eventful presentation. But that being said, really, listen, this project is pretty straightforward. I'm not going to go through our presentation. You already have it. You've seen it. We have a lot of renderings of what it looks like. But I just wanted to quickly just kind of let you know that this isn't something we just threw on and designed. We put a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort into what you see. We've worked with staff tirelessly, and I think we have a great relationship with staff, not just this project, but all the other projects. But this one's unique because we specifically made sure that, one, we had the opportunity that it's right next to the schools. And that's basically, K through, 12, and there's some other educational opportunities out there as well. But more importantly, it's kind of right in that area that the county many years back said that they want to drive people at, because it's an area of growth for employment, right? All the county offices are there. So we kind of laid all that out, and we really looked for a symbiotic relationship in the different types of products, which you'll see. And so it's a mixed-use project where you have different types of products. And the idea was that a new family would be able to move into this community, and they would be able to actually stay with their family there for the next 25 years while their kids go to school in that area. So I think that during the presentation, you'll get to hear plenty of expert testimony. We have a lot of them here. We have a lot of attorneys. We have a lot of engineers, so we won't be short of any expert testimony. With that, I'm going to finish up, and I'll look forward to rebuttal.
Madam Chair, can we pause the clock just 1 second? I did want to just point out for the record that it is in Chapter 2 of the code that describes quasi-judicial procedures, and it's Division 3. So just so we have that on the record.
Is that for the 30 minutes?
Yes, it lays out the entire process.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Schleibaugh?
And please, pardon me, but my memory is not what it used to be. Have I ever heard this? Has this come before me personally?
This board has never heard this.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I think he was
referring to Pine Ridge.
Okay, I thought I was having an Alzheimer moment, so thank you.
No,
Okay.
am I?
Whenever you start, I'll start.
Okay. The name of our project's The Crossings. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it tonight, but this is a transmittal hearing. In transmittal hearings, we don't deal with what does the project look like. Now, we have all our consultants here, and if you want that, we can present it. But the purpose of this hearing tonight is to ask you to allow the transmittal of this application to the state. Now, there's been at least two PDC hearings, and they spent a lot of time dealing with changing the project, increasing the buffers, making other changes. And then when we finally got the project in a form that people thought was pretty good, I heard this said several times at these hearings. They said, you know, this is a good project, but it's in the wrong location. Well, tonight, I'm going to suggest to you that it's a good project, and it's in the right location, and it's at the right time. And I'll come back to that at the end. So even though, as I say, the details of the project are not going to be presented, we do have a master plan, but the purpose of this is to transmit this to the state of Florida. We have complied with, in my view, with your comprehensive plan, and then it's going to be reviewed by a number of agencies, the State Land Planning Agency, the Regional Planning Council, the Water Management District, the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of State, and the Department of Transportation. So when it comes back, all those agencies will have reviewed this. And what we've done is we filed an amendment requesting the future land use map change for this 207-acre parcel to residential mixed use, RMU, with corresponding land use atlas map request to establish a PUD, or Plan Unit Development. It's important to emphasize that this project or this land is already approved for LDR-MH, mobile home manufactured housing. That's not what we want to put on the property. We don't think that that's the highest and best and most appropriate use for this property. It's also got approvals for professional service and office and general commercial district, and it's located in your adopted planning district 8, which is important. In other words, the land is already approved in your plan today for urban development. It's not rural. It's approved for urban. And what we want to do with the PUD is increase the density, overall density, to 5.7 units an acre. Your code allows up to 6, and we're requesting 5.7. And by doing this, what you produce, or what will be produced in this project with the different forms of housing, is a lower cost housing because you're increasing the intensity and density of the site, or you would if you approve this. And this is totally in keeping with the intent of your comprehensive plan. There's 3 types of residential housing proposed for this site. Right now, we could put 400, a little more than 400 mobile homes, but sites. But this is, our request is to be able to put 400 single-family sticks and bricks, regular sticks and bricks buildings, 300 single-family attached, or what we all call townhouses, and 300 multifamily units. So it's a total of 1,000 units. It's not small, but it is appropriate given the size and location of the project. There'd also be 50,000 square feet of commercial use as well, and 25,000 square feet of public, semi-public space. The commercial is going to be on 491, which is where it should be. So in your staff report, the county identified policies that we meet and recommended, and the the PDC has recommended the approval, which confirms the staff findings as it relates to the comprehensive plan. So you might say, well, what's the big deal? We meet all your things. This is a transmittal hearing. This is not an adoption hearing. This is not a zoning hearing. What's the big deal? Well, the big deal is the issue of compatibility, which it always is, and I'm going to talk about that. But there were a few residents who had comments, but there was an elephant in the corner of the room. And the elephant hired a number of consultants that have filed reports. And I'm going to talk a little bit about those reports because they contain numerous misstatements of your code. So let's talk about the opposition. The opposition is a limestone mine operated by Crystal River Quarries. It's been operating for decades, and it does important work. It does important work for development, does important work for the community, employs people, and they've taken the position that this project's not compatible with the mining operation. Well, if it was next door, maybe they're right about that, but it's not next door. It's not next door at all. It's not contiguous. They've filed a bunch of papers and studies, and They've included a letter from the planner from Gunster, who I don't know, but I guess is here and is going to talk about. But he asserts that the development constitutes urban sprawl. How can it be urban sprawl? You've already designated it for a form of urban development. So it's in your planning district H. It's in the western portion of that district. That district is planned in your comp plan to increase to 33,490 people by 2030. And it is increasing. It is meeting the standards that's set forth in your plan right now. That is something we'll talk about. The mining interests have also filed a report by a vibration consultant. Didn't know there was such a thing. But anyway, in his report, he says it's a high-density development. It's not. It's not under your code, and he's not the vibration expert's not a planner, and he cites a code provision that says there has to be a 3,000-foot separation between the mining and the residents. The only problem with this citation is that it was deleted from your code 14 years ago, so it doesn't exist, but that's in his report. They also filed another report which dealt with listed and endangered species, a whole raft of them, which could exist pretty much anywhere around the area. It is not the time yet to deal with the environmental studies that will be coming. And if listed species are identified, you have, or the state has, regulations, as well as federal government, regulations in terms of what to do with these listed species. And that will also be dealt with in the design of the project at the appropriate time. And that's a lot of the situation. It is not appropriate in your code or your practice to have done these things at this transmittal stage. Now, what is the basic objection by the mining interest? They say the use is not compatible. The use is not compatible. But the use is already permitted. It's already residential use and are already permitted on this site. What we're doing is increasing it. Increasing the units doesn't make it incompatible or any less compatible. By making it a planned unit development as opposed to not following that process, you, the Board of County Commissioners, will deal with project design, project buffers, landscaping, all those kinds of things. And in fact, you'll find when you get to the point where design is going to be discussed, the nearest residential use is more than 500 feet away. I think it's closer to 600 feet, which is about 200 football fields. I mean, not 200 footballs, 2 football fields. But if we didn't go through this process and put just manufactured housing on it, it could be much closer to that, to the mine, and much closer to County Road 491, things that would not be the best in design. So the whole opposition alleged by the mine in the letters that they filed is there could be more complaints filed because there'll be more people. Well, that's not a standard. That's not something by which you would not transmit an application. And the truth is, what is it that they're concerned about people complaining about? Well, mines do 2 things. They produce traffic and they produce explosions or demolition. So they do blasting. So they do have trucks on the road, and that has to be accommodated. We have to do a traffic study. Traffic study has to take in consideration existing traffic. We may have to make improvements to the road. We may have to put in light signals. We may have to make intersection improvements. Again, something that happens later when we do a detailed transportation analysis. Now, as to blasting, the history that I have been told is they do about once a month, and it lasts 1 to 2 seconds in the daylight hours. I don't know about you guys, but when I think about blasting, what my vision is, some guy has several sticks of dynamite wrapped in a tape, and he puts it down in an appropriate place, and there's a long fuse, and he strikes a match, and he runs like hell and hides behind a boulder, and it blows up and says kapow. But that's not what this is. This is a professional operation. And in fact, we checked into what's happened. These guys have been here a long time. What's happened? Well, there is a 101 unit mobile home park called Palm Terrace. It's been there for many years. It's 200 feet away. We're more than 500 feet away. It's 200 feet away. So we went to the county, we said, how many, in the last 10 years, how many complaints were filed? You know how many? None. You know why? These guys are doing the right job. I mean, I have to say that, because how could you conclude otherwise? So what's that tell us? It tells us that, as I said, they're operating properly. Second, it tells us that the mine and this uses, residential use, can coexist with each other, or in other words, be compatible with each other, because one of the biggest elements of compatibility is distance. Distance. The farther away you are, the more likely there's compatibility. You have buffers, you have landscaping, you have fences, but distance is measurable, and that's what creates it. So my point is, they're 200 feet away from an existing project for 10 years. No complaints. Now, all of a sudden, there's going to be complaints of a project farther away. Makes no sense. Now, supporting our application tonight, we have Avis Marie Craig, a new person to me who I really like. She's our planning consultant. I understand she was your planning director for a period of time, maybe a long period of time. We also have a host of other professionals here. Tony Luke of LTEC, which is a traffic consultant. Brian Skidmore, Ecological Service Group leader at Ardura Corp. Chuck Pigeon, principal engineer at Ardura Corp. He deals with things like stormwater and utilities. Jay Brown, principal engineer at JB Pro. He designed the project, which you'll see hopefully in after the transmittal. And I will call upon them as needed to answer any questions y'all might have, or to help understand elements of the project better. But they're not part of our presentation at this time. So let me end by saying what I said at the beginning. This is the right project. It's well designed. It's a mixed-use project. It meets your code provisions. It meets an array of your comprehensive planning standards. It has 3 different housing types. It's in the right location. You've already designated development for this district, Planning District 8. It's adjacent to schools. It's near a large number of employment centers. It has impact. As a result, you reduce trip lengths on a road when you have housing near places of business. And it's also being provided at the right time, given the projections set forth in your comprehensive plan. So now I'd like Avis to come up here and talk.
Madam Chair, should we tell the applicant how much time he has left?
14 minutes and 35 seconds. There's also the timer up there on the dais that they can see.
Oh,
They have a little one on their side.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just saw the big one.
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I'll at least put on the record that I am a certified planner through the American Institute of Certified Planning, and I've been so since '87. I stay current with my continuing education, and as you're aware, I came here from Sarasota to become your first planning director. And so a lot of the planning framework you still operate under happened during my tutelage. In private practice, I've served both public and private sector, and Citrus is my home. I've worked in this county as a planner for over 41 years, and for over 2 decades working for some of the premier development communities that we have. Now, as the attorney just indicated, please remember the purpose of tonight's hearing. It is to transmit this, not to get into the weeds and details of every element of the project. And why wouldn't you want to do that? Because having more information is always better in a process. And so I would hope this is the first step to allowing for further review and to provide you a project that you will be proud of. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to the claims referred to by the Gunster planner, because it was in fact riddled with misinformation. The county last updated its comp plan through what's called the evaluation appraisal process in 2020, and it's not scheduled to do so again until 27. So the data and assumptions of land use needs current have the full force and effect of law. They are valid. Now, the crossings is located, as mentioned, in Planning District 8, and there's very, very few development projects in this portion of the county, and none on the section of 491 that we're discussing here tonight. The nearest one is a mile, 2 miles up the road, which you talked about earlier in your second application tonight. Now, the Gunster Planner on pages 2 through 4 makes many, many references to state statute, chapter 163, which is the planning statute. But he's as aware as any of us are that the rules, the Florida Administrative Code 9J5 was repealed by the legislature. And so there's obviously been a lot of change over time on how we interpret and actually apply principles. The mention of urban sprawl. If this were not in an urban area, you might be able to have that discussion. This is in our Citrus County planned service area, in the very heart of it. And the premise of that is that that's where the county has been investing a lot of money in terms of road expansion, in terms of water and sewer. And so as a result of that, that's why you have a 4-lane roadway out there today, all the way to Grover, Cleveland, just south of the college. So it is the antithesis of urban sprawl to call this area something other than what it is. Further evidence of it being urban is what designations are applied to it. If it were rural, you would see RUR, rural residential, and ag. You would not see LDR, MDRs, HDRs, and all of the array of urban land uses that we authorize in this county. Another concern is that the development review process here in Citrus County is multi-staged. We are at the very beginning of the process. And so we are at the land use stage. If the party better understood how we process and review projects here, they would understand that many of the things they've asked for come about in the so-called development review improvement plan permitting stage, not here at this early point. And to reference this project as high density, LDR is 2 to 6 units per acre. MDR is 4 to 8 units per acre. High density HDR is 6 to 20. That is not what we're dealing with here. You've heard what the maximum density on the project is, 5.7. But if you really do a gross calculation of the site, it's 4.8. And so it's at the very low end of MDR, but almost fits into the LDR, low density. So even though it contains a mix of uses, which is what we are saying that's what we want, particularly apartments and housing that would be appropriate for workers, this is the way you get that. Again, on pages 6 through 9 of the letter submitted, called and used the word extreme incompatibility. You've heard my associate, the attorney that introduced me, just saying how far apart things are. That plays a big role in compatibility. And when you think about the two, the separation between uses, and you've heard almost 2 football fields, that means the actual separation is 14 to 22 times what the Land Development Code D-type buffer, which is our highest buffer, would require. So, and if you look at the site plan, if we were to get into all of that, you'd see 75-foot buffers applied against the school's property, and a great deal of attention. And frankly, it predominantly adjoins school property and county-owned property, things that are DRAs, et cetera, that were built to serve 491. So you heard the reference about the mobile home park nearby that's across the street and they've coexisted for many years. In fact, I believe you have an email. And this was signed by the long-term owner, Cheryl Phillips. I owned Palm Terrace Village Mobile Home Park for seniors, which means they're there all day long, located on 491 between Saunders Way and Educational Path from 1998 to 2013. And I actually lived in the home, now office, right next to the highway from 99 to 01. And I remember an occasional blast from the mines when I lived in the home. The blast occurred late in the day, and it was not always noticeable. It was quick, there was no property damage, and none of the residents complained or were aware of the blast. During the 15 years of owning and operating that mobile home park, again, for seniors, I received no complaints from park residents, and there was no property damage. I hope you can keep that in the back of your mind. Another comment, they talk about on page 9 of their letter, the notice requirements involved for when there's mines, there are requirements to put people on notice. I personally saw it through the plating process, but the county staff can probably explain that a lot better than I can. Now, on to concurrency. There's a lot of discussion in his letter about concurrency. You all know that you repealed concurrency as a whole after the Great Recession. And so the only categories that we apply concurrency technically to are sewer, drainage, solid waste, and water. Beyond that, the others, we recognize that we need to be cognizant of transportation, and the site plan provides an extensive amount of on-site recreation to serve the future project. Gunster wants to also focus on the economic contributions, protection of the property, and that there's property rights. To be sure, he has property rights, but guess what? So does the applicant. And so they're both protected. There's a comp plan element for property rights. So there needs to be some balancing and recognition of can we satisfy those issues of compatibility. Now, something that this county has really focused on the last couple of years is this challenge of affordability and housing for the workforce. Now, you're sitting next to the Citrus County School Complex, which is reputedly the county's largest employer with 800 to 1,000 employees out there at the Canto Complex. The county's facilities have over 200 employees. The State Health Department, the Sheriff's Office, and it goes on and on. Just up the road, the county maintenance and the public transit facility, along with the county jail across the street. If ever there was a place where we need workforce housing, it's here. And so we have a real opportunity. Otherwise, they have to drive 5, 10, 15 miles to Homosassa to find an apartment, Crystal River, or up to Beverly Hills or over to Inverness. And that's not consistent with good planning. So it is my view as a professional planner that this project, the crossings, deserves to move on to the next stage. And I would respectfully ask that the board approve this for transmittal based on those considerations. And I'll be glad to answer any questions I can because I was brought into this process late. And so I'm just getting my feet under me on it. There has been a response that I submitted but didn't make the deadlines. So I've referred to what did make the record, and I've responded to that here tonight.
You pause it for a sec.
Any questions?
Do you question?
Oh, you want it later?
Well, no, if you have 3:40 left on the clock, I need to ask a clarification question. They do their presentation, are our questions extra time, or do our questions have to fit within the 30 minutes?
The board can make a decision on how the board wants to handle that.
Okay. Hard to muzzle us to 3 minutes between 5 of us. So I think that how would the applicant like to finish the 30 minutes, and then we'll do questions. Is that, anybody have any objection to that? Okay.
Do any of the other parties have any objections to that?
Oh, you good? Because you guys get the same rules.
Yes, please.
No, ma'am. Well, I don't want to speak for Mr. Riley.
No, ma'am.
You might want to introduce yourself.
Timothy Riley, Gunster Law Firm, 215 South Monroe Street, Tallahassee, Florida, 32301. On behalf of the association, no objection.
Thank you. Thanks for being
You know,
my
I don't
minder.
know that I put my name and address in the record. Avis, did I? Okay.
Staff is
Staff, do
also
you
a
have any
party.
objections?
No objection.
Love these intervener cases.
Sorry.
No, thanks for keeping us on the straight and narrow. Okay, so you have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Who do you want to pull up?
No, ma'am. We've made our presentation. We'll keep those 3 minutes and 40 seconds if we need them, but we would engage in rebuttal. Does it count against rebuttal?
No, rebuttal is separate,
Okay.
Well, only the applicant gets
but
rebuttal.
only the applicant gets rebuttal.
But I think we're ready to go to the next step, and to the extent we want to cross-examine, then we'll do that at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right.
Did y'all have any questions for
Oh,
the
so
applicant?
sorry. Yes, Commissioner Finnegan.
Yes. I think the questions, it'll be to a couple of you. First to Mr. Attorney, I don't remember your name. In your presentation a couple of times, you had said, you know, this is the right location and the right time. And you said the right time a couple of times. So if now is the right time, we have, by part of our standards, the PUD would be allowed for 3 years. Why are you asking for a deviation to 10 years if now is the right time?
It's for the approval of this project. I mean, you don't go out and build 1,000 units in a short period of time. It takes time. So you have to start at some point. This is step one. And so it takes time to develop, but it would be, the population will take time to absorb.
So in respect to that, because I asked our staff the same question, because that's what I thought, well, maybe you need 10 years to complete it. But it was my understanding, after speaking with staff, that to keep the PUD valid, you just need to move on to the next step and plat this. So certainly you wouldn't need 10 years to start moving on with the project.
No,
So as
we
a
don't.
commissioner representing the people, my concern would be for any, not saying you, but a developer to come and say, hey, I want to do this project. And, you know, workforce housing tickles the ears of a lot of people, and myself included, because that would be needed. That's different than somebody coming in and saying, I want to get all the entitlements and then time to sell it. And then, you know, everything changes. So I don't know where this is going to go, but it's my understanding that if you stuck with the 3 years, you just move to the platting, and then if something happened, you could ask for a continuance at that point.
Go ahead and introduce.
Madam Chairman, if I might, Chuck Pigeon, Ardor Engineering, 925 Southeast 17th Street, Ocala. The 10 years, I agree, you don't have to plat until 9 years, 11 months, and 30 days to get the plat. That's not the intent here. I think the applicant will disclose they're intending to move ahead right away with this project, so.
So why not 3 years then?
Right, and I think you're perfectly right. 3 years is fine. If we can get through the county approval process, we're good to go.
Okay, so 3 years is reasonable.
Right, we don't need to wait 10 years before the project starts construction. No, we only need
So
to
you
get
understand
through
my
the permitting
concern.
process, and you're perfectly correct, and you're right on point.
And then if I may, Madam Chair, since I have the floor, I don't know if this is more of a Mrs. Craig question, because I'm not a planner, obviously. It seems that staff was concerned with the ISR because they exceed the LDC. I know that you said this isn't high density, but I have it on their concern. And there's a graph in here about the impervious surface ratio. And it says that, so staff's recommending that the ISR maximums be consistent with like uses as listed in the LDC at the time of permitting. And for my peers, I'm looking at page 2100, and it would be the last sentence in G. Sorry, we all like to follow along. So, Mrs. Craig, could you just help me with
Well,
this?
I mean,
with the
I can
ISR?
try, and I can tell you that there's, of any of the master plan communities that I have worked with, we have needed some flexibility on the ISR, and that's why you ask for it. Because if you don't, you are rigidly cookie cuttering how the lots are configured and the applicable ISRs. That's why you see requests for project-wide ISR, because it is virtually impossible when you're doing particularly the smaller lot attached units to be able to conform to a more traditional half-acre lot type of scenario. And so that is common practice on any of the projects that I had ever worked on. The project you had up, I guess it was 2, dealing with the project at Brentwood, the addition, Davis Reserve. Without those kinds of flexibilities, you're tying the hands and the developer can't produce the kind of product that the market's asking for.
And you're saying common practice and that you need some flexibility. And be prepared, Mr. Huckdale, I'll be asking the same thing of staff. Would you agree that this is more than double?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, again, I'm just new in the project.
Okay.
And I thought that what was being asked for was a fairly small reduction from, what is it? A request down to 50 or 60%, I don't know.
Speaking to the microphone, please.
And if you can just remember that the 5 of us are not planners, so as you speak to us, that's why I ask each party, for a better explanation.
Let me just say one thing. This is, you're asking questions, and I understand it, about project approval. That is not on the agenda tonight. So the ISR and these issues about the project, what it looks like, are more properly, I just want to say, put this on the record, dealt with at the zoning stage. Now, we don't have any problem answering the question, but what we're doing is very limited tonight. So go ahead.
And with all due respect, it's my understanding, I understand that it's transmittal, but isn't it rare for us to ask for transmittal to the state and then come back and then not want to do the plan? Shouldn't we do some due diligence now? I'm sorry?
Plan has not been presented to y'all.
Madam Chairman, I'll try to add a little bit to this. My name is Jay Brown with JB Pro, 3530 Northwest 43rd Street in Gainesville, Florida. So where the ISRs came from, just to let Commissioner Finnegan be aware of that, is that we did kind of exactly what Ms. Craig said. We looked at typical lot sizes and the sizes of houses that are being built and tried to make sure that when you build a driveway and you have the potential for an outdoor patio and that sort of thing, that an impervious surface would work. Lot sizes are getting a little smaller than they were in the past, and I think the code requirements of the basic code are significantly less. So we went to staff, we worked with staff, we presented the ISR, and they agreed that those are standard requests that have been in other developments in Citrus County, and they agreed with our proposal that it was consistent to be in a PUD, that though it is an increase, it makes sense with the type of lots that we're developing these days. So I think Ms. Craig's response was, correct in the sense that she cited some other sites here in Citrus County that have done the same thing, and I've seen it all over the state. So
Thank you. And just out of respect to your group, I mean, we're giving information, and then if we have questions about the information given to us, I just want to, have as much clarity as possible.
That's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
Should we stay up or?
Yes, Commissioner Mays.
I would like some clarification from the attorney, because I was under the impression, they're making it sound as we're not voting on this development. I'm confused about, can you give some guidance as to a clarification what we're doing here?
Yes, I think that as you hear from the other parties, there's 3 other parties, I think that that's obviously what the applicant is arguing to you. Staff did an analysis that you have in your packages based upon specifics that are included on the site plan that was submitted. So at this point, it appears as though staff is going to analyze it for you. I don't know what the other 2 parties are going to do, but staff, it looks like by your package that staff intends for you to look at the plan and to determine whether or not you want to transmit it to the state as it is.
All right, thank you.
Anything else, board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Craig. All right. And normally, we do not do bathroom recesses because we actually have a speaker in our magic bathroom back there. But given the formality of this proceeding, I'm going to call 5-minute recess so we can all take a break real quick. Is that okay, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm missing all my commissioners, but excuse me, everyone. If you're, everyone who is coming to the microphone tonight, please do fill out a green card for the clerk. She asked me to announce that. And turn it into her. That'll reduce her stress. Amy, you happy now? I didn't do that in the mic. Call the meeting back to order. Let's
go.
All right. County next? Is that correct? Yes. Applicant, then county.
All right, good evening. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner, and I have been sworn in. This application is requesting to, here we go, change 207 acres of the subject property you see here to the residential mixed use designation on the future land use map and the planned development residential designation on the atlas.
Joe, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I believe we neglected, my bad, I'll take the blame. I don't think you asked if any of the other parties had any cross-examination of the applicant's witnesses.
Ah, my apologies. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Thank
don't
you
know
for
whether-
catching.
I'm sorry, and I don't know whether the county has any cross-examination for the witnesses.
Mr. Hockadell?
No.
Okay.
Thank God.
All right, then she's going to start the timer on you.
All right, so this application is requesting to change the land use on 207 acres. There we go. Here you can see the property is predominantly low-density residential and low-density residential mobile home allowed, and there is some general commercial and professional service and office located along County Road 491. The applicant is proposing several designations within this master plan: single-family detached, single-family attached, multifamily, non-residential, and recreation. They have provided a detailed master plan that you can see here with the aerial. The applicant is requesting several deviations as part of this request, and I'll go through those fairly quickly. They're requesting to have parking on street within the project, 10-foot wide pavement widths for one-way roadways, a 10% adjustment to be allowed within what they're calling the residential designations. So they're proposing 400 single-family detached, 300 single-family attached, and 300 multifamily. They are proposing to, or they're requesting to have the ability to adjust those by up to 10%. And multifamily, as far as the land development code, is typically looked at as a commercial use. They are requesting an increased impervious surface ratio for the residential designations from 65% to 75%, whereas the low-density residential district typically allows for 35%. One of the concerns early on with the impervious surface ratio was in the table provided by the applicant, the non-residential and recreational designations had no ISR listed, but the applicant has indicated at the Planning and Development Commission that those two designations will meet land development code for ISR, so that would be 70%. They're requesting reduced setbacks throughout the development, 20-foot lot widths for the attached housing, some buffer deviations, and to allow for signage within the buffers. And they are requesting a 10-year expiration date, which would be to start with a development order. Some of the concerns with
I'm
this...
sorry, could you say that louder?
I'm sorry. The expiration is to submit a development order. So that would be preliminary plating or permitting. Some of the concerns that have come up from the Planning and Development Commission were compatibility with the neighbors on King B being medium density residential. However, as you can see, the properties up there range from about 2.5 to 5 acres. The active mine located across 491, and the interchangeability between the residential designations. So that 10% allowance. The applicant has provided concurrency for the drainage, solid waste, sewer, and potable water, with the Citrus County Water Resources indicating that sewer improvements may be needed in order to serve this project. And so the Planning and Development Commission did recommend approval with conditions of this application on August 1st, and we do have public input.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, I want to make a clarification. The plan that you're looking at is purely a concept plan. It has not been subjected to environmental analysis, and it will change. So that's just what could fit on the property. Correct, sir? Oh, well. It is.
Okay. Is that it? So on to
Any other parties have cross-examination?
any other parties? Okay, nope, all right. This is only my second intervener case. It gets a little tough up here. All right, then we just move on to the intervener cases, correct?
Yes.
All righty.
Well,
Nope.
board, I'm sorry.
Board question, sorry.
Questions, yes.
Me? Okay. Forgive me because I'm flipping through the pages. I don't remember. You said the setback deviations. Can you tell me what they are? I don't remember.
Sure. There is a table provided by the applicant on page 2098, Table 6 setbacks, and that details the specific setbacks they're requesting based on the designations within the master plan. Would you like me to read them?
Sure.
Okay. For the single-family attached, the front yard would be 20 feet, the side yard interior would be 0, the side yard abutting a street would be 10 feet, and the rear yard would be 10 feet. The single-family detached, front yard 20, side yard 5, side yard street 10, rear yard 10. Multifamily, front yard 20, side yard 10, side yard 10 on a street, and rear 10. The non-residential would be front yard 50, side yard interior 20, side yard street 20, and rear yard 25, and 0 for recreation.
The single-family attached, I'm assuming side yard is 0 because it's attached to another unit.
That would be my guess.
I'll move on for now. I may reserve the right to come back.
Commissioner Schleibaugh?
Joe, on page, my book, 2063, the land use legend. Let's see how it's turned out. And my eyes have decided not to work, so this makes it even harder. But the multifamily, that's considered commercial.
We typically consider multifamily apartments commercial, yes.
So on this legend, those apartments are, is that on Panther? Is that close to that Panther Highway, whatever, when you go down to LaCanto School Complex? The apartments are at the bottom, right, in the middle?
Correct. The apartments are the tan colored rectangles down at the bottom, south side of the project.
And that's closest to, I forget the name of the street. I think it's
No, it's,
Okay. Okay. Where's Panther to go to LaCanto High School?
The educational path to go down to the high school is this road down here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't find my way. Thank you. Okay, that's all I have.
Sure. Yes. Mr. Hackadell, you said that the deviation was asking for a 10-foot road. Wouldn't that be single lane traffic at that point?
Yes, it would be for a one-way lane.
So are all the roads one-way lanes?
I don't know the answer to that.
And if it's only 10 feet, does that accommodate street parking?
I don't think I can answer that.
It's 2 10-foot lanes.
what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Any other questions? Again, this part would be just to transmit. None of this is written in stone, correct? All of the details we'll have another swing at future if we approve to transmit, correct?
If you vote in the affirmative to transmit this, you will have another adoption hearing.
Okay.
I have another question.
Yes.
Since sounds have come from the audience and it's 2 lanes, that makes more sense because I couldn't understand why deviation for a 10-foot road. I think that's what you said though, a 10-foot road. So it's a 20-foot road. What is normal?
I am not sure. That was something that technical services reviewed. I think it's 12 feet.
Anything further? Okay. Madam Attorney, now we go to the next case, yes?
If there's no cross-examination of Mr. Hackadell, then yes, it would be Interveners.
Thank you.
I would like to ask some cross-examination.
Okay.
Have we clarified that the road is not 10 feet, but 20 feet?
Chuck Pigeon, professional engineer. Clarification, the road, 10-foot lanes, 20-foot wide. They are required to be 20-foot wide until you exceed 500 trips per day, and you get into a different road classification, then you go to a 24-foot wide.
Thank you, that makes much more sense.
And secondly, as far as the deviation of setbacks, the only deviation is the code normally requires 25-foot setback in the front. This project's asking for a 20-foot setback in the front, which is consistent with 5 other developments approved this past year.
There's more testimony, but that clarifies.
Okay. Commissioner Bays?
Commissioner Finnegan, where did you see the 10-foot road?
I didn't see that. When he was reading off, I was writing what he was saying, and he said 10-foot road, and I thought, 10-foot road, that doesn't make any sense.
Joe, can you point me to, enter back up where you're
There
referencing?
is mention of it on page 2096 under Technical Services Analysis for Access Management and Transportation. There is a deviation there that says, I'm sorry, pavement widths of 10 feet.
Did you say 2096?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, and under where did you say the 10?
So the Access Management Transportation portion starts on 2095.
Okay.
And at the bottom of that, which ends up on 2096, it has the deviation for pavement widths of 10 feet.
If I may help, so if you look at the points, 1, 2, 3 points, and then after that I see it says deviation, but it says pavement widths of 10 feet. So just wording, that's all.
Well, if this is something that gets transmitted, that definitely needs clarification. I mean, if it's transmitted, you're transmitting this information as is, so I would want to know that it's 20 feet in here, not 10 feet.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Bass has an excellent point. Can we get an understanding of how we change that in the transmittal to make sure that everybody knows it's 20 feet? If there's confusion?
We can clarify that.
Madam Chair, can I try to clarify, if possible? Jay Brown, JB Pro. So our intent was 10-foot lane widths. I think the technical services staff might have misinterpreted that. They wrote the words pavement width, and I think that's why Joe thought that it was a deviation. It really wasn't a deviation. We were just intending 10-foot lane widths. So that is what the documents are. And of course, that was going to get, whenever we go through development plan review process, that we'd have to meet the lane width requirements. So honestly, this is a non-issue, but it is definitely, the intent is 10-foot lane widths. We don't have any 10-foot roads planned on the master plan that's right there. There's nothing like that, so.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Can I say something?
yes.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but I think that if this does get approved for transmittal to the state, in the access management transportation plan, where it does say the right-of-ways being at least 50 feet wide with pavement widths of 10 feet in width. So it says with pavement widths of 10 feet in width. So a lot of words, and my eye hurts, so figure it out.
Okay. Interveners?
All right, good evening, Commissioners. I know it's late. Rob Batzel. We will, do our best to keep this short.
Hang on just 1 second. She'll start, okay, go.
Thank you, ma'am. So was a question about timing, and I want to start there. This is a unique time for Citrus County, and I know as a land use lawyer, I am being very selective about what I come up to you to speak about on behalf of applicants. And that's because we are seeing such growth demand and we're under growth pressure so much that I think all of us have a shared responsibility to be really selective at this point in time about what we choose to, whether that's transmit to the state or approve. This is a critical juncture in the timing of this case in particular. And I know there's a lot that has been said tonight about, well, it's early and, just push it along. But what we have an obligation to do tonight is to really take a look. This is a very detailed application. This is a full PUD master plan that is in your file. Your staff has spent a whole lot of time, undoubtedly working with the applicant to refine that plan. The notion that you should just sit here and, without thought, push it up to the state is ridiculous, with all due respect. That causes your staff to then put months more effort into this while they have a lot of other cases to manage, and also a burden on the state to analyze a case that, in our opinion, respectfully, is entirely incompatible. So what do we mean when we mean that we need to, as applicants, be selective? I know that on behalf of anybody I file an application on behalf of, rather than just looking at the critical pieces of consistency with the comp plan and bare bones compatibility, which are absolute necessities, we also need to look at things unique to the property. And for example, and you're going to hear from, I'm just a lawyer, you're going to hear from professionals and experts who can present competent, substantial evidence on these points. But if you're creating an unsafe situation in the way of traffic, while we may not have concurrency in Citrus County, before I'm standing up here or someone's standing up here asking you whether it's transmit or to approve a project, we need a game plan to address a difficult situation and a public safety issue. If I'm going to stand up here and tell you that this is an affordable housing project or produces something that we need in the way of affordable housing, it needs to have binding criteria that says that X percent of the homes or units in this project are subject to limitations based on an average median income in this census tract. These are things that are binding that actually mean the project is what I say it is. And thus far tonight, I think what we've seen and heard is, don't worry, it's going to be great. We'll see you in a few months. What I want to do is dig in with our experts into exactly what this project is before you. And I am not a planner, but respectfully, I think when we all talk about compatibility, putting 1,000 doors across the street from an active mine is the definition of incompatible. So you don't need to hear from a lawyer anymore. I'm just going to lay out who we're going to call up here. John Lindgren, he's been called Gunster all night. He is from the Gunster firm. He's a certified planner. He's going to start. Ed Morawski with Kleinfelter. Both of their reports are in your packet. John's is an expert planning report. Ed's is a biological assessment. Jeff Straw with Geosonics, who has years and years of expert work on behalf of mines and in the context of planning and operating mines and helping operators, will be here next. Mr. Riley is the attorney here on behalf of the Mining Association, and he'll address you. And then, of course, two who need no introduction, but Dixie Hollins and Mr. Kolitz will close, and then I'll be here to finish this off. Again, recognizing that we have 60, we're not going to take 60. We're going to get this done quickly. So thank you very much.
Good evening.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, Madam Attorney. Okay, so I'm struggling with the time because I know they were afforded 60. He said they would, if I remember, try to get it in 30, but I didn't hear him waive any time. So I had him at 30, but I feel like I probably should have had him at 60.
Chair?
I didn't hear him waive it.
I heard clearly that he was going to stick to 30.
I
so-
heard try.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think we're going to even need to have this conversation, but technically, we have two interveners, each has 30 minutes. We're going to consolidate those presentations, which will make it more efficient. And the bathroom break was good timing because we talked about just everybody consolidating their testimony.
You're
So,
welcome.
yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
So that did not clear up where I'm putting the
30.
time.
30.
So it's at 30, and then I guess if 30 happens, then you all can decide whether you want to let them have more.
Madam Chair, the stickler for the details. Mr. Dix said at the beginning, he had a problem with them having 60 minutes and him only having 30, and they all agreed at that time that they each would get 30.
Yep.
I must have understood that differently.
I'll try to take maybe 2 or 3 minutes, I promise.
I'm going to start the time, and then I guess if you all hit 30, we'll go from there.
Okay. John Lindgren, I'm a planner with the law firm Gunster. I'll try to be as quick as possible. You have my 12-page letter where I voiced some comments and concerns based on primarily a lack of information from the applicant. But I just want to touch quickly on 3 items tonight. The first one being the incompatibility of the uses. Florida state statutes require that future land use plan element to provide for compatibility of adjacent land uses, and nothing was submitted by the applicant that really demonstrates that the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding area. That's from Chapter 163. The comp plan requires the county to use development standards to ensure compatible land uses and avoid having incompatible land uses next to each other.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry. Hold
Pause.
on. Could you have time, just slow down.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I know we got on you, but please, it's a
Well,
lot.
I
You're-
promised
yeah.
my attorneys I'd be brief, so
Well, that's okay.
I'm
Don't-
more worried about them.
You just have to listen to us.
Yeah, oh,
So,
yes, ma'am. Right, okay. Okay, so that was from policy 17.2.8. The comp plan also requires that the county notify all new residents within 1,000 feet of an existing future mine, which by its existence, this requirement by its existence, shows how the county views having residential near an active mine as an incompatible use, and that's from policy 17.13.3. The county code requires any person wishing to build a structure within half a mile of an active mine to submit a written statement that acknowledges the existence of the active mine and that they are aware of the noise and ground vibrations that will occur. Again, this requirement recognizes the incompatibility of other uses near an active mine. That's from section 66-1E. The county code addresses mining operation standards and has noise management and abatement requirements, including a procedure to resolve noise complaints. Again, this recognizes the incompatibility of other uses near a mine, particularly residential. And then that's from section 4800F of the county code. I would like to note that landscape buffers and setbacks do not make two very incompatible uses somehow compatible. Next, traffic and parking concerns. The comp plan requires proposed planned residential developments to submit a plan for on-site traffic circulation and parking for both motorized and non-motorized vehicles. No details have been submitted regarding the traffic or how required parking will be provided, including guest parking for the 300 townhome units and the 300 multifamily units. And there's concern that guests will parallel park along the streets in the single-family area of the development, which my understanding is something that the county frowns upon. That comp plan policy is 10B.3.17. There's a concern as to how the project will affect safe traffic circulation. Lecanto Highway will provide access to and from the development, and this is a rural highway with no safety features or designs such as medians or designated turn lanes to assist in the safe movements of cars, bicycles, pedestrians, and particularly young children going to the nearby schools, which has the potential for catastrophic outcomes that nobody wants, particularly at the AM peak hour of traffic when commuters are going on their way to work, children are going to school, and mining activity are all occurring at the same time. Finally, there's the rights of the mining operation itself. The comp plan states the county should recognize areas of high mineral resource value and the necessary regulations providing protection for mining activities, environment, and surrounding property owners. That's from Comp Plan Policy 3.13.1. The comp plan also states that the county will consider the right of a private property owner to physically possess and control his or her interests in the property, including easements, leases, or mineral rights. That's from Policy 11.1.1. The county code states that mining activities within the county are, quote, an established and important factor in the economy of the county, end quote. Furthermore, mining activity meeting the requirements in the code will allow the proper and orderly development of the county's resources and provide for the protection of homes and private and public facilities because of, most importantly, the separation requirements established in the code. That's from Section 66-1B. Finally, the proposed development will significantly interfere with the existing mining operations, requiring operational changes at additional expense to attempt to accommodate avoiding inevitable nuisance claims that will arise from people being allowed to live in a direct proximity to this heavy industrial operation. And that concludes my very brief presentation.
Thank you. Pause.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Ed Morosky. I'm a program manager with science and engineering firm Kleinfelder, and I'm here to talk to you today about threatened endangered species. I'm not aware that the applicant had conducted any type of natural resource evaluation as far as protected species go. My team did that, and we identified several things. We put together a biological assessment that would meet state and federal criteria. We wanted to see what potentially species could be found there. During that review, we actually identified something on the site. But there are a number of species, close to 20 species that potentially could be there. Based on the types of land uses there, I think there's a high probability that there are 3 species that are utilizing that site. Specifically, since this site is adjacent to the Withlacoochee State Forest. So there's going to be significant resources that are blending across that property. But the one that we did find, and it's in the report that we provided, there's a map that shows there is an eagle nest that the Audubon Society's Eagle Watch identified last breeding season, in 23-24 breeding season. It's located in the southwest portion of that project. And for whatever reason, it's not shown on the plan. The buffers are not shown on this concept plan. But that would eat into a significant portion of the southwestern portion of that development. And it will drive the densities that are going to be approved closer to 481 and closer to the mine. So I think it's really important that that's considered in this evaluation. Further, there are, likely a very significant population of gopher tortoises on there, and there is a real deficit in recipient site capacity to accept those tortoises if they were able to get a permit to relocate them. So there's just a significant amount of natural resources here that I don't think are being addressed. I wanted to keep this short for you, so that's the basics of my talk, so I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Jeffrey Straw. I'm Vice President and Area Manager of Geosonics, address 4143 Ferber Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32277. In deference to the attorney, I was sworn. I made my notes, so.
You got 2 so far.
So, trying. We're vibration and acoustic consultants, seismologists, if you will. We monitor blasting throughout the state of Florida. I nationally, internationally consult in the area of explosives use, blasting, man-made vibration, and I hold a user of explosives license in the state of Florida. So if there are questions about how it's done, I have that ability to discuss that with you. We're also the independent seismologist under the state of Florida under construction materials mining activity for the Lecanto mine and for Crystal River quarries. So we are familiar with the blasting, the actual vibration that occurs at the operation. There's about 5 or 6 locations that we monitor every time the Lecanto mine blasts. 2 of the houses that we monitor now are on the subject property. They are a fair distance away. And the biggest concern that we have is that by moving 1,000 homes, which could be 3,000 to 5,000 people, into this site, the complaint potential goes through the ceiling. The issue that we have, I have experience throughout the state. Right now, it happens to be worse in Miami-Dade County. The state fire marshal is the only one that regulates blasting vibration for mining commercial quarries. So any review of complaints that was done at the county level is ineffective because that's done at the state level. Right now, Miami-Dade County has a pilot program that's ongoing. The fire marshal is receiving on the order of about 200 to 300 complaints from neighboring residential communities per month. The fire marshal's folks look at them. The complaints then filter down, filter through the county staff, and do get to the county commissioners. That's the type of thing, irrespective of whether it's handled at the state. The state has a program. They have to go out, they look at every complaint, or they deal with every complaint, and then they determine are the levels within compliance or not. If they are, they let the folks know they're in compliance, and they move on. The other issue that we have, other than just the complaints, would be generated by this density. As Ed just discussed, it would, if the eagle nest is active and alive and it moves all those people closer. There was a photograph that the staff had up earlier that showed the lake areas. The two lake areas that they're currently blasting in, and understanding that mines do move throughout their site over a period of time, are immediately adjacent to those commercial buildings, those apartment buildings, the single-family buildings. The single-family buildings respond differently than single-family homes. You have more density, you have more complaints and concerns. Now, the state also has limitations. Since they are the sole controller on blasting for commercial mining operations, they have a speed limit, if you will, of ground vibration that we deal with. When blasting occurs, it's not guys running out in dynamite and running like heck. It's a pre-engineered, drilled, precise pattern. They use specific sizes of holes, and in this case, with the water intrusion, they have cardboard tubes in them to maintain hole size. There is a 3-component explosive that's loaded by a professional firm. When those are detonated, those holes are detonated in a pattern. Crystal River Quarries goes to great expense now and great extent to make sure that they're using the best means of detonating explosives, reducing the off-site complaints. They currently get complaints occasionally from the school, they get them from the residents, and they've had them from your own staff, building on Educational Path down at that end of the road. What would happen is if this facility comes in, and they've already been mentioned that they blast about once per month. The problem is that when people move closer, the limits have to change. The vibration increases, and it doesn't go up a small percentage, it goes up exponentially. So the levels can increase by factors of 10 for the proximity. We're monitoring right now, I think at about 1,300. We're now talking at 500 feet. So you could see we have a significant potential to reach the limits that the state has established. What's that make Crystal River Quarries do? They have to slow down or reduce the amount of material that they can do in one blast. If they're blasting 20 to 30 holes right now, that may go to 10. So if that goes to 10, we now, instead of having one time per month, they're shooting 3 times for that one time. But what also has to happen is that the drill holes themselves, instead of being 4.5 inches, they go to 4 inches to 3.5. That means that the grid that they're on, that may be 15 by 15, comes to 12 by 12. You start expanding the number of holes that you have to drill. If we still have to shoot those at intervals of 10, maybe 15, you still increase. So you could end up at some point with these people in this close proximity of shooting 3 times a week, not 1 time per month. Now that goes to great expense for Mr. Kolitz and his operation, and it's certainly a concern. Overall, with any complaint too, the reason people complain is they have a fear of damage to their home. The United States Bureau of Mines has done research for 70, 80 years into blasting levels, blasting complaints, And that's the concern. People don't know what's in their house. They don't know that it's coming. Miami-Dade County tried to put notice into deeds so that people would see it. The real estate agents couldn't sell the houses. They got so upset, they made Miami-Dade take it back out. It didn't work when you're signing a stack of 4 inches worth of papers. You find that stuff they don't see, they don't know. So there's not a requirement by the state to notify neighbors of blasting in that, and it would be a significant concern. So for us, the issue of increasing the number of blasts, definitely the complaints will come, and eventually those will come to this board at some point, either individually or as a group. I've seen it. I've been doing this now for 46 years throughout the state of Florida. I understand it happens, and I'll certainly answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
I have a question. Cross-examine briefly.
We need to, we want to do the case first, right? Finish the case and then do the cross-exam? Or,
Either way, sounds
Okay.
like he wants to cross-examine as.
go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, just, the time will stop, though.
Yeah.
I'm
The
sorry,
time is
Mr.
stopped.
Cantor, you'll have to do it into the mic, I'm sorry.
You have to go to the mic.
Sorry.
I have 2 simple questions, maybe 3. You're familiar with the mine ordinance that the county has, correct?
Yeah,
And
yes. In some of the original work, I assisted in writing some of the original mine ordinance.
This does not surprise me.
Good.
You mentioned that when you have a complaint, the state fire marshal has jurisdiction, and he makes a big deal of inquiries when those things happen. We call the state fire marshal about this operation. He didn't have any complaints. Are you telling me that, did we get the wrong information? There are complaints?
There's certainly complaints that the quarry receives on occasion.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Let me
About the
finish.
state fire marshal.
If I can finish. The quarry receives complaints under the requirements of Chapter 69A and under Chapter 55230, which are the Florida statutes that cover construction material mining activity. They report those to the fire marshal. At that point, what the fire marshal does with them, I don't know for this specific operation. But the likelihood is they may have investigated them. I don't know what the time frame is.
So you don't know?
No, that's not what I do for a living.
Well, me neither.
Good for you.
But you also mentioned complaints by the county. Now, we checked with the county, same result, no complaints. You said that there were complaints. Did you check with the county?
I didn't say there were complaints to the county. What I said is that Crystal River Quarries receives complaints at times from blasts at the Lecanto mine.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happens, then they're required to send them to the state fire marshal. The state fire marshal, understand in Chapter 55230, when it was enacted in 2000, the fire marshal became the sole and exclusive control for explosives use for construction materials mining activity. As part of those rules, they are the ones that investigate complaints. They don't come to the county as a requirement.
Okay. Well,
They go to the state.
Let me ask you another question then. With respect to the complaints you've identified that may exist, what has the mine done in regard, what has happened to the mine as a result of it, to their operations? Have things been imposed against them?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Yes.
Since we have stopped the time, if commissioners have questions for.
You should have a number right there.
11:30.
11:30.
Thank you.
That is remaining time, 11:30.
Since we have time stopped, would it be more prudent if we have questions for the individual that was up to address instead of waiting for all the other? Like I'm having a question for something that was just said, so the time stopped. Seems like it would be prudent for me just to ask my question now before the time starts again.
Yes.
For Mr. Straw?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me if you're not the appropriate person, but something that you said that the mining, because of all the development about the the blast and the ratio, it would cost them more money. So just being cognizant of this board approving something that would potentially injure another party. The applicant, by right, it's my understanding, could put 400 homes there. Is there a difference between are there stages, or do you know where that happens? Like if he put 400, would that be less potential monetary damage to the company, or is 600 or 800, or, they're asking for 1,000. I didn't know if it changed in between.
If I understand your question, my answer would be that if they place, right now we're monitoring at a distance of, I believe 1,300 foot was one of the latest that we monitored with a seismograph. The requirement from the state is that they are required to have a minimum of one instrument at the closest structure. If they go from where we are now at 1,300 feet, if they build one house at 500 feet, we have to monitor that. Or if they build a commercial structure that's closer, that becomes the monitoring location. And what that means is that that level of ground vibration that we measure now applies at that property. And so immediately the blasting contractor and Crystal River Quarries have to adjust what they're doing. In other words, it takes a certain amount of explosives, and this is, if you understand explosives, we drill a hole. They have a blasting cap, which is a timing mechanism. They have a booster that creates some pressure, and they have a pumped semi-liquid paste material that is introduced into the blast hole. When those three work together, they produce a lot of gas, which is what we want, because it moves outward, it fills all the fragments in the rock, it displaces the rock, cracks it so that their equipment can dig it. You can't do it any other way. They can't just reach down and dig it. There's a ratio of how much explosives to a cubic yard of rock. And so that has to be maintained. So what I'm saying is that the blasting has to change when they move closer. The limits don't change because they're designed to preclude damage to homes. So what happens is when you move closer, you have to change the amount of energy you put into the ground. So right now I'm just pulling numbers out of the air. If we have 500 pounds in a hole right now that they can blast with, if they come to 500 feet, because the levels increase exponentially, they go up this way as opposed to a straight line kind of increase, they may have to go to 125 pounds. And you can't blast the same amount of rock that they do now with 125 pounds. It doesn't work. If you overshoot the rock or you undershoot the rock, all you do is create waste energy, which is what vibration is. And so that creates the issue. So, I mean, if you're asking me if there's a preference, I guess, single-story houses respond a lot less than their 3 or 4 story apartment buildings, whatever they have in their plan that they had up there. They have all the apartment buildings, if you will, immediately opposite where they're blasting. So those buildings respond differently than does a single-story house. There are limits to preclude damage, but it means that Crystal River Quarries will have to, one, change their procedures, which changes costs.
Are you only monitoring homes, or what about commercial development?
No, it doesn't make any difference. The law says the closest structure. So that means 4 walls, a roof, and typically a certificate of occupancy. So, a commercial building. I think there's an office, I know Mr. Serwinski's office is right across the street. That's one of the locations we monitor. We set up at the county's building where the zoning offices are, and what you call it, it's there. We, depending on where they are in the pit, then we have 2 other locations that are residential locations, and then there's an office building further down the road that we look at. But it also depends on where they are. So each time we come up there's 5, 6, 7 instruments that are monitoring each time. So we have a little overkill, but we'd have to monitor whatever it is. It doesn't make any difference.
So do you monitor, if I'm thinking of a whole development, just what's at the front of it, or do you have to monitor every structure?
You don't have to monitor every one, you monitor the closest. This is like, vibration works like dropping a rock in a pond. It moves outward from the source, being most intense, and, the ripples decrease in intensity as they go out. Same kind of thing. We're dealing with wave motion. It's the same thing, we just can't see it. It's, but, so you measure at the closest house, you get the highest reading. Now, is it good practice? Yes, it's good practice because we have to answer the complaints. So we're gonna put additional instruments out. That's the reason that, Mr. Kolitz has worked with us over the years to establish where we monitor.
Thank you for answering my question.
Sorry if that was a little longer than you expected.
I got
but-
quite the education, thank you.
Commissioner Bays?
So the Crystal River mine, that's primarily limestone, correct?
Correct.
And how many limestone quarries are there in Florida?
Oh, God, I don't know off the top of my head. But
Several, many?
yeah, there's a number. There's probably 100, 200 minimum, I would guess.
And what's the lifespan of this quarry?
I know this one has been, I think Mr. Kolitz has said it's been in lifespan 50 years or so, and I think they do permits by 25 years. I know Mr. Kolitz is going to speak. That's probably a better question for him, but, I'm familiar throughout the state. I mean, some of the largest mining operations are down in South Florida. They were permitted in the late 50s, and they still have another 75 years worth of material that they'll drill and blast and excavate.
That was more to my point. What's the lifespan? So
They're long.
For this one, for this particular one.
Mr. Kolitz is probably the best one to answer that.
And I'll reserve the rest of my questions for him though, so he'll probably.
I have one last question, so, go ahead.
It's my turn. You're the chair, you get to finish. I just want to ask you a few questions. And I do know a little bit about explosions. Believe it or not, my brother-in-law is 20-year EOD Marine, and I've heard a lot, and I've asked him how to blow things up. We've had a lot of conversations about that, oddly enough. But you said a couple things, and I appreciate it because you are fighting for Mr. Kolitz's business. And as a business person, I am always going to fight for the businesses. But you did such a good job with your words and mixing them up that I just want you to answer a few things.
Mm-hmm.
One, you said that you were talking about Miami,
Mm-hmm.
but then you kind of fed it into Citrus County as far as complaints. And Miami and Citrus County are totally different. And you said that the school has complained and also our own staff has complained. But then the applicant said there haven't been any complaints. And I've lived in this area for 30 years and I've honestly never heard anything. And my children went to school there. And that's because Mr. Kolitz is so good at his job, I think. But could you explain that? You said the school has complained and our own staff has complained.
When we talk with Mr. Kolitz, when we're here to monitor, I will get a phone call sometimes after. It's not every time, but it is on an occasion that he will say, hey, I got a call from the school, or I got a call from whatever you call the building, somebody in the building down there, where the zoning board is, that, they have called and said, we had a concern, the building rattled today.
Mm-hmm.
What was different? That's a complaint,
Okay.
okay? Those kinds of things we get. I know Mr. Serwinski's office, when my people have set up there, said, somebody's been there and said, boy, that was different today, what happened? The two properties that I mentioned down the road have talked to our personnel when they are there to set up. We are there as an independent consultant required by the state to do this type of monitoring with that. My comments about Miami-Dade was just to kind of give you an idea of what happens when there is a extreme density of homes next to a mining operation. Granted, some of those operations are bigger. There's lots of homes. You're absolutely right. There's absolutely no different. There's a huge difference between here and Miami-Dade. That's why I don't live in Miami-Dade County anymore. So, but, you know, with my consulting and the work that we do this across the state. We see this with, you know, large groups of homes next to mining operations because you get people that feel it. There's, you know, it's likely here. The nature of the beast right now with the state is that the state has 7 or 8 individual fire marshals that investigate complaints. And they, you know, the Tampa office handles Brooksville, they handle Orlando, they handle South Florida, some of South Florida. So but everyone varies. But the Miami-Dade issue right now is huge.
Okay, so the rights of the miners, they have rights to do their work. He's established here. We want to protect that mine's rights. Not going to argue that. But this property owner has rights, and what I'm hearing is you never want a home near the mine, and that to me seems unrealistic because people are going to build by this mine. And I'm sure Mr. Kolitz would rather there be no homes there because he has to notify each homeowner, correct?
No, he doesn't have to notify anybody. The state does not require any notification.
That's good news. That's good news.
At all.
Okay.
They don't. The state shied away from that.
Okay, good.
With that, he's not required to notify anybody. He can, and Mr. Kolitz, I think in some cases does, but he's not required to by the state. And I don't think that Mr. Kolitz wants nobody near him. He'll work with people. It's the amount that we have, the amount of people that you have, and the bigger concern for him is the fact that he now has to change his mining operation to accommodate the new structures that would be part of this application, part of this development if they were there.
And why does he have to modify? Because he was there first. Why does he have to?
Because the state's given him a limit. Okay, I liken this to a speed limit on the road. We have a level that equates to ground vibration that would be equal to, say, 50 miles an hour. And he has to stay below that limit no matter where the structure is. It could be 200 feet away, it could be 500, it could be 1,300 feet away. But how he maintains that limit is the function of the explosives design process. And so when you get closer, if I blast with the same amount and measure at 500 feet and measure at 1,300 feet, I'm going to get more energy at 500 feet, which means that I have to change what I'm doing at the quarry to stay under at 500 feet when everything I've been doing is at 1,300 feet.
So right now, does this mine have limits with what is around him right now?
Yes, the state has the limits.
Right. So how, could you explain to me how the limits are going to change? You're saying he has limits, and I get that, but he's there first. Mm-hmm. But there is a mobile home by there. There's a business there. Mm-hmm. Looks like there's another house or structure there. Mm-hmm. What are the limits and what is changing? Those
limits all are established by the state. We have
a series of limits that we look at. It's a stair-step curve based on how we measure and the data that we gather. Right now, they're farther away. If the homes come to 500 feet, then he has to change the energy source, the amount of explosives in the ground to stay under that limit. The limits don't change.
Okay.
What he has to do with the explosives change, and that's where I was trying to explain before that you would change the amount of explosives in a blast hole.
Mm-hmm.
So you reduce that. So you can't break as much rock with it. So if you imagine the blast pattern being a grid with holes in rows.
I understood that
Okay.
part.
You have to move those closer together to break rock with lesser explosives. And so that means that he has to drill more holes. He has to load more holes. He'll blast more times in a period. He'll pay us more because we'll be there more often. The blaster will have to be there more often. The cost of the materials increases. So there's a lot of different parameters that go into the cost, including just drilling the individual holes.
Okay, and I do understand that.
Okay.
And we want him to continue
Understand.
to have the maximum that he can, is allowed to blow things up. But when I look at the map, and I'm not getting your argument just with the blasting part, because the mobile home is actually, park is closer than where this development is being proposed, according to my map. And they're allowed to build so many homes there anyway. So you see what I'm saying? You're saying, oh, he's gonna have to, because if this comes in, he's gonna have to, pull back on what he's detonating. But the way I see it, he's already having to pull back anyway. How is this development gonna make him pull back more?
He doesn't pull back now because the homes we're monitoring are farther away. We don't monitor at the trailer park because he's not blasting near the trailer park. He's blasting in different pits. Understand that the quarry, you don't blast in the same spot every time.
Yeah.
You move around, and there's two lakes that you can see that they're working in, and they're not near they're different distances from the trailer park. And so because of what he changes during his design sequence, is what gives him the flexibility. With our the bigger concern is, yes, the 500 feet, but the other bigger concern is the complaint issue. Because people don't, the limits are designed to preclude defects in houses. They're not designed to stop complaints.
And I get that, but where I'm getting caught up in is, this is by Saunders. I thought it was closer to the Panther Lane or whatever, but this is by Saunders. We already established that. And that's actually farther away than the mobile home park.
Okay.
And you're saying it's gonna be closer, and he's gonna have to, there's gonna be complaints, and he has to, the state has given him limits, so that's why I'm getting confused.
Okay. I'm not sure, I guess I'm not sure how to explain it to you easier, other than what I've looked at on the aerial, something similar to that. I've taken the closest lake that I know where he's blasting in and measured to that. And they are, the new homes, the new site would be approximately 500 feet away.
Okay.
We're not measuring, we're getting a certain level at roughly 1,300 feet.
Okay.
Okay? So
Yes.
we're getting I'm gonna use some terms that we start to use. 0.3 inch per second is how we measure ground vibration. Okay, so we're getting roughly 0.2 to 0.3 when they blast at 1,300 feet. If we calculate what will happen when those homes move to 500 feet, we get 0.4 to 0.6 inch per second. In some cases, it's doubled. Now, the state criteria starts at 0.5 and goes upward. So if we're having to use the 0.5 criteria and he gets a 0.6, he's now in violation. So in order to avoid going over, the blaster, based on our information and data, goes back and calculates what he can blast in the hole. And he has to reduce that. That's where the cost issue comes in. And that occurs no matter where the house is or where the structure, whether it's residential, commercial, or whatever it is. That's the structure we have to measure. And so it's a matter of compliance for the quarry and for the blaster.
And I hear you, but I feel like you and I are in this terrible dance.
May I help?
We may be.
Can I help
Ma'am,
her?
no.
No, I
I-
have the floor.
I was just wanting to show you something to
Okay,
help you.
but I was talking to the chair. Yes, ma'am. What page?
Because I have regular person speak. He has different person speak. So this may help you. If you look at 2089.
We were asking staff for some assistance to get an image on the screens that may help.
And if you look at 2089, I think what he's trying to tell you is, do you see there's a big lake and you see the little tiny lake?
Oh, no, I got that.
Oh, okay.
No, and what I'm saying is, this stance that we're on is, no matter what, this applicant is allowed to put houses
Okay.
or building in front of that little lake.
Okay.
So no matter what, whether, it sounds to me, the best solution would be that nobody builds in front of that little lake so that Mr. Kolitz can continue to do the 0.5 or the 0.4. Okay, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
that would solve the issue.
Yes,
but it's not going to
that's
solve
not
the
gonna-
issue. I
but
know,
that's not gonna
gonna solve
happen.
the issue for the
That's not
applicant.
gonna happen, so that's why I'm saying this dance that we're on,
Can I just make a suggestion? So we can probably agree, well, first of all, the image is up that may help clarify the relationship between the northernmost active mine and the proposed project, if that helps clarify
no,
one element.
I got that.
So I think the core question is, based on this testimony, if we know it's very incompatible, would we rather have 400 homes or 1,000 homes? And that's the question before you. But we can continue with the additional witnesses if that's all right.
Yes, and I hear what you're saying is, do you want 400 complaints or 1,000 complaints? And I think, just listening to that this business is well-established and it's there. And if people choose, the 400 people choose to build there, they have nothing to complain about. Because this is an established business and we want this business to continue, and we want to make sure that his rights as a minor are protected. But this dance we're doing is...
Commissioner Schleba, can I please take back
Yes.
control of the meeting momentarily before everyone runs over me again?
I was trying to help.
What I was going to say in a very, very, very short statement / question was, I am seeing this as an objective criteria and a subjective criteria. Objective is the closest building to the mine is what you have to scale the explosives to, correct? Yes. That is the objective criteria. The subjective criteria is how many complaints are you going to get, correct?
Correct.
Those are two separate things. You were kind of weaving back and forth between the two, which confused a lot of people, and that's why I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is objective and subjective, so thank you.
And that's exactly what I said, so I don't know why you had to correct
You didn't say subjective and objective.
Oh,
I was trying to be short. I'm an advertising copywriter, less words, more meaning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hate to mention this, but if the applicant would like to cross-examine any other witnesses that were presented, he might want to do that. I don't know, just.
Still have 11 minutes, 30 seconds.
No,
Okay, do you want them to proceed before you cross-examine?
Do that so that their process will not
I'm just saying, this is the third time I've tried to come up here and talk.
At least both sides are laughing. That's a good sign-ish.
What's your name again?
My name is Ed Morosky.
Okay, Ed. Might call you Ed.
Sure.
All right. Ed, you're an environmental guy, right?
I am, yes.
Did you go on our site?
No, I did not.
Speaking
So
to
you
the
don't-
mic, please, just so we get clear,
I'm sorry.
clear voice for the record. Thank you.
I disclosed it was a desktop analysis.
Okay. I just want to confirm that. You did not go on our site. So you have not done any environmental work on our site.
Not on the site.
But you have seen that there is an eagle, as reflected in the,
The Audubon's Eagle Watch database.
we are aware of that. And when you have an eagle, I know you can't kill them, but what can you do with an eagle? What happens when you have an eagle on a project?
So in our report, we show you have to provide a buffer zone around that. There is 2 zones, a primary zone and a secondary zone. Primary is 330 feet, secondary zone is 660 feet. You cannot construct anything within the 660 feet that there is not already an existing similar use within that 660.
During the entire year?
Correct.
Okay. During the 660 or 330?
You can't go into either zone if there's not already that same type of activity that you're proposing has to be within that zone.
Okay. So when we develop, we have to accommodate the eagle.
You do.
By not developing in that area, correct?
Correct.
And you've seen other developers do that, correct?
Correct.
All right. And would you not expect that to occur in the course of development?
I would expect it. What I had said is I was surprised that that was not shown on your plan because that would push those densities further. They would congest them more.
Okay.
And push them more towards the road and towards the mine.
Well, in different places, it pushed it all over the place. Because that's a decision you make when you go through the development process, how to lay out the property.
Sure.
Now, with respect to that design, well, you've answered the questions. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, continue, please.
Anybody else?
You can go.
This is my time. Good evening. Timothy Riley, Gunster Law Firm, on behalf of the Citrus County Mining Association. The last thing you want is to listen to another attorney. I want to be very brief and just cover a few key points. The association does not oppose development. The association supports the current future land use map and the comprehensive plan. And if you look at that map, it does a good job about buffering the mining districts from the most incompatible districts for mining activities. And that's going to be your higher density residential districts. It already has that separation. We recognize that there's rural residential. We understand that there would be low density, residential that would be there. We recognize those concerns. We've expressed those concerns that would happen there, but we understand that that's an activity that would occur. They're planning and prepared to do that, particularly for a mining operation, in this case, that's been there for decades, long before the future land use map was there. And it's adjacent to and consistent with other types of land use activities that can effectively work together, and that's essentially what compatibility is with the mining district. You've got the government, utility services, and agricultural and conservation areas. And I want to highlight that through 2 key points. One, I want to focus in on the county's mining ordinance, which was adopted after extensive public input and stakeholder involvement. And the ordinance does a couple of things. It primarily establishes the standards and criteria for location, operation, and reclamation of mines, but it does 2 other very important things. The ordinance also recognizes the importance of mining as a valuable and irreplaceable land use activity within the county. And second, and more importantly, it specifically identifies this issue. It specifically says that if you have new mining activity, and if it's being done, it must be, in the county's words, special consideration for residential districts. So if there's new mining activity in a mining district, and it's near a residential district, the county puts this higher burden on doing that. And I want you to imagine something. If we were here tonight, not for a commercial developer, but if I was here representing a new mine that wanted to turn a farm into a new mine across the street from 1,000 home residents, neighborhood that had been here since the 1950s, I want you to ask, what type of compatibility questions would you be asking that mine company? Are they the same questions that you're going to be asking the commercial developer here tonight? Because I surmise to you that the decision you're making tonight is the flip side of that same analysis. And it's important because the applicant has talked to you about compatibility in terms of setbacks and buffers and distances, but that's not what compatibility is about. That's one part of it. But compatibility is how these two land uses beside each other interact, and do they distract or do they support each other? And I ask you to take a close look at that plan, because that plan is part of what you're submitting, whether how conceptual it is or not. That's the plan that's going up to the state. And if you look at that plan, and respecting the fact that the overall density may be 5.7 or 4.8, when you look at the densities that are the closest proximity to the mining operations, you're looking at the multifamily, you're looking at the townhomes, you're looking at something that's higher than 10. You've got 10.7 within 1,000 feet of the mining operation. And if you take into consideration the testimony you've heard from Mr. Straw and from Mr. Lindgren, that's what you need from a common sense on the ground standpoint. Looking at the push of thousands of people on the east side of that development, directly across the street from an active mine. That's where your compatibility analysis should focus on. I think we ask you to look at the association's particular interest in this is not just this case, but what kind of precedent does this set, putting densities that can be clustered at high density, according to their own planner, in direct proximity across the street from an active mine. It's not just about this project. It's about other projects that may come in reference to it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, my name is Dixie Hollins. I'm president of the Citrus County Mining Association. And I'd like to thank the commission for taking the time tonight, the county attorney, county staff, the members that are here from the crossings, and the members that are here from Mr. Colett's mining operation, and the consultants, all the consultants, and all the public. We've been in the mining business since 1972. And before I go into my big presentation, Crystal River Quarries has been here since the 50s. They produce concrete on site from production of the rock that they put in the concrete mix to make concrete. Road base on the county line, on the county roads, and the new 581 extension Veterans Expressway as we speak. Dolomite they produce, ag lime they produce for agriculture in this county, which is very important. The second mining operation is Wholesome, which used to be on the Holliswood Ranch. That company produces material that makes cement. They ship it across the Gulf of Mexico and they make cement, which goes into the parts that Mr. Coletz makes concrete. They also produce fill material that was extremely important for building units 4 and 5 and units, the 2 combined cycle units right on site because they had the material. The third thing they do is they also make boulders for riprap, which protects our shoreline. The third mining operation in Citrus County is Cemex, which is on Hollinswood Ranch property. And they've been there since 1972. They produce aggregate stone, screenings, which is in the production of concrete blocks, which build homes, buildings, structures, sidewalks, etc. We also produce road base. We produced the road base for the first extension of the 581 Veterans Expressway. 600 200,000 cubic yards. Very important to transportation in the county and in the state of Florida. We also produce dolomite there, which I mentioned previously. We produced 200,000 tons of boulders, which was offset mitigation for the Gulf Stream pipeline. And the proximity of that mine and all these mines is the proximity of where the material is. Nobody has a choice of where to put the material. The good Lord put the material there. And you can't open up a mining operation anywhere. You got to open up where the good Lord put the material. And you got to have the right kind of material that meets the specifications. And you got to have a lot of reserves there because you spend multi-million dollars of equipment and blasting and testing, et cetera, et cetera. It's a long-term operation. It is not short-term. We don't have anything against the development behind us at all. Our only concern is where the development is. That's our biggest concern. Yes, there's 400 units around there now. Yes, we understand that. But believe me, I stood before this board many, many years. And when you start increasing the density around active mining operations, all we're going to do is bring people here complaining about the operation that they're doing, which is in the compliance. Jeff Straw mentioned about the complaints. I've seen complaints and complaints and complaints. I've had 3 120 administrative hearings the Mining Association has had against mining operations. Just because it's a complaint, most of the time and almost all the time, it's below the threshold. In other words, it's legal.
Mr. Hollins?
Yes.
Yeah, can you pause that for a sec? Do you have anyone else? Because you're at 247 remaining.
I'll wrap this up.
I haven't heard from Mr. Kolitz.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to, I'm just trying, because I don't think you can see the timer. I think there might be one up there now that the audience can see.
They don't have an objection to allowing.
Okay,
Frank, Ms. Coulter, no problem.
okay.
Okay. thank
Sorry,
you.
Dixie.
The importance of this project today, which I'd say is the location. We're under state, federal guidelines, DEP, water quality, water quantity, Army Corps of Engineers and Fire Marshal. But when people start moving around, regardless if it's a mining operation, an airport, a nuclear power plant, that's why a long time ago, Citrus County had a 5-mile radius around a nuclear power plant because they did not want any residents around that plant. That's why they put it there. And that's why Citrus County has a comprehensive land use plan to protect the mining industry. It also protects residentials. Just as the previous stated, if we opened up a new mining operation, we wouldn't even be to the first base with you all, I can tell you that. Because the setbacks are humongous. The residential development here is not increasing their setbacks. We are concerned about the 1,000 people, 1,000 doors, 3,000 people. As I mentioned, the crossing is an incompatible land use development code. That's why we have the comp plan. So let's try to look down the road and be positive and look at this. Let the crossings go a little bit further down the road somewhere. It's just not a good place to put it. We got the school over here, we got the mining operation over here, but when you put the people sleeping there, and thousands of them, it's a big different story. I appreciate y'all's help. I appreciate looking at this and making the right decision. Mr. Kolitz and we all spent a lot of time here. The crossings have spent a lot of time. Before you tonight is to transmit. I'm asking you all to consider not to transmit this and get this nipped in the bud, because if you transmit it and you bring it all back and we start this all over again, but you all know down in your hearts you don't want to approve this, we might as well go nip this in the bud now to save your time, staff time, Mr. Cola's time, and the crossings time. And I'm just asking you all to protect, there's only 3 quarries in Citrus County. And if you start shutting them down, or the residents start putting so much pressure on you, just like the Yana mine in Beverly Hills. The Yana mine was fine. Beverly Hills get more and more people, more and more, more and more, more and more. They put so much pressure that they finally left, and they came to Hollinswood Ranch. I appreciate y'all's time, and I respect the correct decisions that y'all will make. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollins.
Where are you going? I've been wanting to cross-examine you since I was 14 years old.
Come
I'm not asking. He did say that we're not trying to cross examine. I just if I was falling asleep.
I can handle it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
I won't tell you what he said after that.
Well done, Mr. Dix. Way to bring it home, man.
You've got 1 second.
Make it quick.
Good evening, Commissioners.
I tried to get Dixie to stop talking. I was like looking at Rob like, there's 5 minutes, there's 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I tried, Frank.
My name is Frank Kolitz, president of Crystal River Quarries. We have been mining in Citrus County since 1965 at this location. We've been in the business since '59, 65 years. The Lecanto mine was a previous county pit. We have met all state and local regulations. We're a permitted and vested operation. I just hope I'm not penalized for being a good operator of the mine by being able to look at a 1,000-unit residential district across from the mine. We will do our best to work with them if it goes through, but I don't know if the other side is the same. We've talked about mining and blasting and all. I'm not going to rehash this, but we have other concerns. Traffic in that area is terrible. We have just recently had 400 trucks a day leaving out of there, which is 800 trips on that roadway. The traffic congestion there is terrible because I drive it every day, and it's getting worse. That is one concern. The second big concern is the vagueness of this application. Well, we're going to put 1,000. The only thing we're guaranteed from what I read is 1,000 units. Whether it's multifamily, whatever, it's just back and forth the whole time. The third is when you look at the area down there, most of it is government use. We have 2 jail facilities, a juvenile facility and a jail. We have a school complex. We have a college. It's more of a business atmosphere, and we have industrial parks down there too, as well as the mining operations. Is a large residential district appropriate in that area with all this other development? They say it's not high use, but the school complex is growing. The college is growing. Your government offices are filling up all the time with more employees. Finally, the big concern is, to me anyway, and I've talked to other people in the community, if we have as far as I'm concerned, this is the most incompatible use there is in the county, by having large residential districts next to a mine. This will set a precedence for other residential districts, other areas. I can't think of another incompatible use greater than a mine, except maybe the airports, maybe some government complexes, C&D pits. All those are now could set a precedence to affect them. I ask that you don't set a precedence and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kolitz.
Questions on mining operation?
I'm ready to start. With you as the operator.
Okay. So no cross-examination on that? No? Does staff have any?
No.
All right. open to the public?
Have the interveners completed their presentations?
It's my understanding we have a quick final argument in the procedure and after the applicant, after the close of public comment. So we'll take our seat.
So the applicant will have 15 minutes for rebuttal after open to the public, and then final arguments are 5 minutes each party.
I was absorbing something Commissioner Schleybaugh said, so say that again, because it's not on here.
Yes, under the code, rebuttal is 15 minutes for the applicant following public input, and then final argument of 5 minutes for each party.
Including the applicant or just the other two parties?
Including the applicant, and I would suggest the applicant go last for closing. I don't think the others would
Commissioner
object.
Schleybaugh had questions. Of whom?
Well, I was just trying to look for his name. Ed? Oh, okay. Ed, you said about the Eagle.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, did you say zone or perimeter?
Primary zone, they have two protection zones. They're called the primary zone and the secondary zone. So 330 feet out from the nest location is the primary zone.
So you're saying with the ball, it's a bald eagle?
Yes.
So with the bald eagle and the nest, you're saying within the primary zone, nothing can be within that 300 feet?
Well, and actually, nothing can go within the 660 secondary zone. The only time the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will permit new activity within those two protection zones is if there's already a similar use. So if there was already a subdivision of similar in part of those zones, they possibly would allow additional similar activity within that zone. But there is none. It's rural. There's only, I think, farmhouse in one side. There's not a density similar to this in that zone. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would more than likely, you'd have to consult with them, but more than likely, in my experience, they would not allow those zones to be developed.
Okay, so with that information, I think that the county approved something that maybe you're saying we shouldn't, because there was a bald eagle at the Black Diamond Shops, and they had to go, and when that juvenile flew the nest, the Native American shaman came in, collected the nest, collected everything, remember, did a ceremony, and then either moved the nest. You were here, don't give me that look, you were here. And
That would take a permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do that.
right.
Now, if that was on,
But they did, and it was done because I wanted a feather and I wasn't allowed to have one, and, you know, but that's exactly, and then the eagle, the dad or the mom or whatever, they just moved to the next pine tree right within the line of the development. But you're telling me that within 660 feet,
yes.
you can't do that, and we just allowed it to happen.
So I don't know the details of that particular case. There's probably some reason they allowed it. And it's something they would have to go to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to get permitted. It's
Right.
not typically done. It's very rare, if at all, those zones are reduced. And I have had them reduced. But again, it was because I documented there's existing use in there. Why were they taking this nest down?
Because they were building.
And there was a similar use within that
No,
zone
it's
already.
it's brand new shopping center. There's never.
Brand new Target.
Yeah, it was Target.
So without knowing the details of that case, I can't explain
Yeah, so
why they
there was
allowed that.
nothing
Yeah.
like it.
That is not a typical, that
Okay.
is not typical.
Just thought I'd throw that out there, that I'm not going to get in trouble for it. But it's kind of contradictory to what we just went through with another development. Just want to put that out there.
Okay. Again, I don't know the details behind that.
Okay. Okay. And the lifespan. The lifespan, it's probably really for Mr. Hollins is, and thank you, Ed. I get to live by that quarry that went out of business, that Stan Olson built around. What was the life of that quarry, and what's the lifespan of, I guess, Mr. Kolitz, what do you think your lifespan is of your quarry? I know, thanks. Good question.
It all depends on how business is. In 2006, we were probably looking at 50 years.
Okay.
Then it probably went to 150 years the next 8 years. Now we're probably looking at maybe 75 years. What you got to look at, Florida is running out of material. So what they're doing is there's always talk of lowering standards. So if they lower standards, we could be there 50 years on top of the 75 years. I don't have a definite lifespan, and I don't want to sit here and give you one, and then 50 years down the road, someone said, well, 50 years on this date, you are going to be gone. It all depends how business is.
Well, I won't be here, but I hope you have 75 years. So, okay, thank you.
I almost hope I don't have 75 years. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Madam-
ma'am. Oh.
Madam Attorney, I know, I just slipped up. I need more, anyway, I'm going to shut up and move on. Open to the public. Would anyone like to speak for or against this? Please make it clear whether you are under oath or not.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. I am under oath. Okay, I sat here through this lovely messages that they gave us. And I need to let you know, I did go to the PDC when they did their presentation. So I saw the thing up there that, you know, they didn't go into great detail. At that point in time, it did affect me. 400 single homes, 300 duplexes or 8plexes, whatever you want to call them, according to their pictures, and then the 300 apartments. That's 1,000 minimum cars dumping onto 491 at 2 entrances, you know? Then today they're saying that they're going to be one way. Then I sit here and I say, okay, they're going to be 20 feet. 20 feet. How? And if we're going to have parallel parking with the cars, how are the fire engines going to get through? The school bus is going to get through? The police? The EMS? Okay? It's one of these things where every time I hear a little bit more, and I hear a little bit more, I wonder. The other part I didn't like is how close it is to the mine. And I've heard Mr. Hollins and them talk about it, and I understand what they're saying when it comes to this. The apartment complexes are going to be real, that's a 2-3-story building, it's going to be really, really close to where they're blasting. If you put those apartment complexes at the farther section, now you're too close to the Eagles. So the thing is, you're 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I really think there needs to be a little bit more planning before anything goes anywhere. And, you know, like I was listening, and it said 20 feet frontages. We just approved, or I should say you just approved the houses in Brentwood with a shorter frontage, okay? And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, oh, you're making them do one thing, you're making another one do another thing. Depends on the developer, doesn't it? That's not consistency. The county needs consistency. We have a comp plan. It's in place. And I heard that it's supposed to be 4 houses per acre for the land across the street from where this mine is. 4, not 6. You know, 5.7 is really close to 6 because you can't have a 0.7 of a house. You either got to have 5 houses or 6 houses. And if you start counting the apartments and the 8plexes that they showed pictures of, that's an awful lot of houses. I grew up in Patterson. It was a city, 27 feet. 25 was the house and 2 feet was the alley. That's what you're talking about. Citrus County doesn't need to be a city.
Mr. Kolitz, you don't want complaints Janet has come for 4 years every 3 minutes and complained. So soon you won't be complaining. So I feel for you about complaints.
My name's Lori Corbin. I live at 1962 South Connie Point, Lecanto, Florida. And I will say I have learned one thing today. I did take my oath. I did learn one thing today, that I'm supposed to call the fire department when I feel my house shake. I've always called the sheriff's department. As a citizen, I didn't know the difference. I thought you called the one that you actually voted on to put there. Sorry. Another thing, I do have to agree with the Eagles, and I don't believe it's just one breeding pair. I believe we have 2 breeding pair, and I've actually watched them go to their nest. So you all can deal how you want to, but from what I remember, I've only lived in Citrus County for 27 years. I was in Fort Myers and all that. Prior to that, I'm a native Floridian. Fish and Wildlife would not allow you to go anywhere near eagles, and they wouldn't allow you to move them. So I don't know what y'all did before, but I don't think that was actually correct. Okay, the next thing. I can't say that I want to see them behind me, and it's not that I'm opposed to having families behind me or anything else. But I do know the traffic levels on 4091, and I do know the school systems, and you did just do one for over 1,000 homes, and then another 1,000 homes. So right across all these lights that we're going to be stopping at, I don't know how you're going to keep that flow going. So it's really bad. I think it really needs to be looked at deeper before you approve that and send that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
I'm glad that picture's up there so I can speak to it.
Mr. Dixon, will you be speaking on behalf of the school district?
Yes, ma'am. Chuck Dixon, Citrus County Schools, 1007 West Main Street, Inverness. The abutting parcels to the south of this project, I just want to point out, not opposed to the residential development, but I just want to put on the record that we have certain uses there that are likely going to continue into the future. Agriculture use that's associated with Lecanto High School and Lecanto Middle School, as well as a defensive driving facility that's 5 paved acres where we train public safety officers how to drive under adverse conditions. And we also have 20 acres that's adjacent to the county EOC that is to be determined, and it will also be a use that is consistent with educational services. So I just want to put that on the record that the applicant did put some buffers in the plan to address that, but I know it's conceptual and subject to change. But those uses are going to stay, and they're likely to be more intense in the future. Also, I have a really general concern with traffic on County Road 491. And when I was sitting here listening to that other project that's up near the old county facility and how that's going to impact 491, those traffic lights have to be at least 1/4 mile apart. So I'm not sure how all this is going to line up. You got a suicide lane all the way down 491 to the college. And before you permit too much residential development, you need to take a comprehensive look at traffic. And I know you don't have traffic concurrency, and I've been provided a statute that indicates that it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to ever have it. But that doesn't preclude you from planning for public safety. So I just want to express that concern for what it's worth, and maybe
Rock Crusher Road is another area that I think needs to be looked at for other development that we're seeing. So I'll probably address that at a future date, but those are my concerns. I just wanted to bring those to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Any
Madam
questions?
Chair, I don't know whether Mr. Dixon gave his credentials or not.
What credentials are you speaking of? He's speaking on behalf of
did
the school
swear in.
district?
I'm a certified planner.
Okay.
I was a county planning director, and I've been the county school district planner for 20 years. So, and my office is at Lecanto, so I'm very familiar with this property.
And you did, you're under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
For the third time tonight, Paul Darty, 3481 West King B Street. I'm a resident in the immediate area here. If you look on the map that's been provided and you look where the little green King B box is on the upper right-hand corner, that is approximately where my home is. It's a single-story cinder block home on a slab with rolled clay underneath it, so it's pretty stable. In the 27 years I've been there, the only damages I've seen to that house are just a couple of little stair-step cracks near my garage, near the high end of where the clay goes up. I do not attribute those to the mine. I think their blasting techniques are absolutely spectacular. Usually when they do a blast, I can hear it if I'm inside the house, believe it or not. Outside, I normally don't. But you can hear the walls just barely shake or something like that. If you check that thing, you'll see that I'm pretty close to a third or half a mile or more from the nearest part of that mine pit. If you look at the map showing where the intended 2 and perhaps even 3-story buildings are going to go, many of those might be cinder block, maybe not. They might have upper stories made of frame. The shaking back and forth at that closer distance will be, in my opinion, much more significant than what's happening at my house. Please take that into consideration. If those houses were pushed further away, and I hate to say near the eagle's nest, but in that general specific area, you'd probably alleviate a lot of these problems. Or what's probably better is lower the density. LDR, 2 houses to the acre, was about right for this 200+ acres. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to address the board?
It's been a long night.
Good evening. John O'Connor, and I am under oath, 3835 West King B Street, Lecanto. I've been at every meeting with the crossings, which we talked about earlier, and now with the preserve and the crossings both, and we are trapped in between both. As to answer the bald eagles, we see the eagles every single day. They're there like looking at cows. That's of no difference. The point I would want to make is with the mine, we've lived there since '95, and we knew that when we bought the property that the mine was across the street, knowing full well and good. We have never had a problem with the mine. I agree with Mr. Kolitz about the traffic. It's just, but that is the nature of our county now. We're growing, and it gets worse every day or every month, however you want to look at it. I brought this up to Mr. Dix at the PDC meeting, at the last meeting. You did it for the preserve. You allowed a back road out of the preserve. I believe it's up on the map right now, but it goes to 490. I brought it to his attention is why couldn't the same thing be done with his property going to 490? So that might eliminate some of the traffic on 491 and move it back to 490 and away from the Four Corners area. That's all. Other than that, I'm on board with Paul. I think we all are on West King B that the lower amount of density would be better, but that's from us as homeowners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else? Going once, going twice? Close open to the public? All right. 15-minute rebuttal by the applicant. You get a 5-minute closing at the end.
In rebuttal, I'd like to call up Brian Skidmore, who is ecological guy from Endura, and like him to talk about eagles and the environmental aspect of the project.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brian Skidmore, our Dura Group for the applicant. I've been sworn and submitted my information. As to the report that was submitted on the record by Kleinfelder and Ed, who came up, and I respect Ed and his work, as Ed indicated, what they did was a desktop report, which is fairly typical. You do it with available information, and you get kind of a broad brush view of what might be in the region. It is not a substitute for site-specific surveys or boots on the ground, as they say. We did visit the site recently as well to have a look and confirm exactly what was there in terms of habitat and species presence. We did confirm that the eagle nest is there on the southwest part of the property. I want to talk to that in a moment too. But with respect to other species, the site is really lacking in natural habitat. It's been converted for ag use probably 30, 40 plus years ago. There's cattle on the site. And most of the native habitats have been converted already. So there are some trees on the site. They're pretty dense, and they got a dense understory, which is not generally considered suitable habitat for a lot of your upland species. There's no wetlands on the site, so a lot of the wading birds that were mentioned in the report here, they're simply not present on the site because there's no suitable habitat. With regard to the gopher tortoises, I think Ed mentioned that there's a expected high density. That's not true on this site, again, because of the ag use. It's a very low density. In fact, we believe there's probably less than 10 burrows in the site based on what we've seen, which is a tenth of the typical average density you'd see based on FWC guidelines. With respect to the eagle nest, there was some discussion back and forth about what you can do and what you can't do. There are U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines that were actually updated earlier this year that lay out the framework for different types of permitting if you are in the proximity to a new activity or development of any type to an eagle nest. It is not absolutely restrictive. Ed talked about the 330 and 660 foot protection zones. Those are real. Those are kind of a starting framework depending on what's going on around the nest and what's proposed. With regard to this particular project, as Hal indicated earlier, this is an early concept plan. The site plan can be accommodated around the eagle nest. In fact, there's features that could be put inside the 660 foot with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service coordination and consultation. Oftentimes we'll see that with stormwater ponds that are placed there when the ponds are constructed outside the breeding season and not affecting the breeding birds, but a nice compatible open space use, and where you can kind of morph the development around the eagle nest. The eagles can stay there, they're adjacent to the school, and the ag areas that the school has, it should be a compatible activity, and it's not unusual. We see that oftentimes when you've got an eagle nest in these situations if you properly plan the development. Happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can eagles hear?
Eagles can hear, sure.
They can. Can eagles feel vibrations?
I imagine they can.
So there are two eagles on the site?
There's one nesting pair on the site.
Okay. And there's explosions going off?
That's what I hear.
But there's still eagles on the site?
There are.
Can you explain that?
The eagles' first nesting season was the last nesting season, 23-24.
Yeah.
They just arrived. They wouldn't have nested there had they found a condition that they didn't like or feel they could tolerate.
Thank you.
I didn't think cross-examination was
That was my.
Commissioners, any questions for me?
I looked at my notes. This is for you and for the woman in the back. It wasn't us that made the mistake with the Eagles. It was the developer. They had to get an application and go through that process. That's why the shaman came. And they were absolutely legally allowed to collect that nest. And there was a whole ceremony, and I really wanted to go, but I wasn't allowed. So, but it was all done legally, and it wasn't the county, it was the developer.
There are special accommodations in the guidelines for Native Americans, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Anything else for me?
If we're interrupting them to ask questions, we'll stop the timer. All right, is there any other questions? Are there any other questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. You have 10:55 on the clock. You want it?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Sorry. I'm not going to use
Be careful what I wish for.
I won't use the whole 10 minutes, no. So, I mean, the first thing I got to say is I definitely am smarter about mines now. I mean, I learned way more than I expected. But listen, it was a great testimony, a lot of experts. But in the end, the whole thing about 1,000 units, 3,000 people, 400 units, all of those other things, at the PDC, that wasn't a problem. When I brought it up that, hey, you know, you guys are complaining about all these future complaints, the first thing I said is, everybody in this room, nobody likes complaints. Have you read the paper lately? We all get complaints. But we don't worry about future complaints down the road. I mean, they're going to happen or they're not, right? You do your job, you do it great, you do it the best you can. They certainly do a great job. They've testified. There was a little conflict of whether they've had complaints or no complaints. We didn't find any complaints. So, I mean, I feel that they're doing a good job. We had some residents that came up here and said that they're doing a good job. You know, I mean, we look at a piece of property and, you know, the first thing that we saw is, okay, well, you know, we can put 400 mobile homes on here. You know, they assumed it would be houses, right? And they kept talking about, well, we got to measure what's closer. Well, you know, that's your job, right? It's already zoned commercial. I don't even need to come before this board to go put commercial out there. And the commercial is going to be the closest thing to them. And guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to monitor. That's just, sorry, that's just your job. And that's what we can do. I mean, but I was really trying to look at the needs of the county. I'm trying to look at what the future of the county is going to hold, what the housing looks like. And so I didn't think that, you know, okay, well, let's put 400 houses, mobile homes on there, age restricted. So we don't even have to worry about school impact fees. It's right next to a school. But I don't even have to come before the board to do any of that stuff. But that's not what I really was trying to accomplish. When I looked at this as an opportunity to bring housing that had walkability, that had some commercial, retail, that you could go to the schools right next to it. A family could live there for 15 to 20 years without ever moving. They can move into an apartment. You know, they can get a better job in the county and live here. Then they can move over to a townhome. They can live there for 5 to 7 years, and then they can move up to a single-family home. And that's what everybody strives to do when they go out and set out on their own and they start a new family. A lot of people, especially today, can't go buy a home, right? I mean, I read that the average age of a new home purchaser in the United States today is 56 years old. What's all those other people doing? They need some sort of housing. So when I looked at this, I felt that, hey, this area is designated by the county to have more people in it. You know, just because the mine doesn't want them there doesn't necessarily mean it shouldn't be there. You know, if you look at that plan right there, just above that, you just heard about adding some more lots right there north of us. And I don't know, nobody told you, but the piece of property across the street, the mine zone. Well, I didn't see them up here talking about that. I didn't see them being an intervener in opposition for that. You know, I mean, you know, Frank testified, Mr. Cole, testified that he's getting 75 years because he's going to mine all the way up there, right next to all the other stuff that just got approved that they didn't come out and talk about, right? It's just, and here's the other thing that was brought up at the PDC. If they're so concerned about it, why didn't they just buy it? It was on the multi-listing system, it was multiple times over the last 10 years. It was for sale for years and years and years. If they were so worried about it, they could have went over there and bought it, and they could have restricted themselves from doing anything on it, right? But now, instead of doing that, they waited for somebody else to buy it, and they wanted to restrict them at what they can do. I mean, Mr. Colts he's got land all over the place. I mean, if it's not the right piece of land, I mean, where else are you supposed to go? You guys have personally, the county has personally identified this area as an area that wants to grow. And we hope that you look at this and listen to all the testimony. We want to be good neighbors. You know, the other thing is they keep talking about 400 homes. Well, it's currently zoned for, mobile homes. I could put them anywhere I want on that property. Whether they want them on the front, the back, the middle, we can put them anywhere we want on, it's already zoned for that. But that's not what we want to do, because I don't think putting 400 mobile homes on a piece of property and making it age restricted is really good for the county. I think this is good for the county. And the reason I think this is good for the county, it's in the right place. And it is the right time, because housing is a die-hard need in this county right now. You know, and it doesn't come cheap, right? This isn't some vision that we put on a cocktail napkin. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars just to stand here tonight. It probably as much as that, just in the room with all the attorneys tonight. But I mean, we haven't even got an approval. I'm going to get an invoice tomorrow, but we still have no approval. And it takes so much money and so much time. And I think, ma'am, you were asking about 3 years, why we want a PD for 3 years. I mean, we asked for 10, and the only reason we ask for that is so that we contemplate all the problems in between. Sometimes you try to go to preliminary platting, which I just did on a piece of property up down the road where all our commercial's going, and it took an extra 3 months because the surveys were wrong, right? And so I got to go through all of that, and the time's just ticking away. And so before you know it, by the way, 3 years is a snap of the finger. You know, right now, today, if I find a piece of property and I say, this is a good piece of property, I want to do something great in the county, I want to bring it out there, I want to get the permits, it's 3 years just to go through that process. And it costs probably $1 million, maybe about $1.5 million to do that on a big property. And that's before you can even get a permit to turn dirt. So, you know, a lot of people hate us, but we do good things in the county, right? And I think the plan, you've heard about the plan being, you know, loose, and it's all, this plan is exactly what we want. This is what we talked about the PDC. We talked about being able to move some things around within the area. So the multifamily can move, the multifamily can move around a little, single family. And to give you an example on the Eagles like he was talking about, we can just move open space that we've already met on the area and move that open space around where the Eagle is. But we haven't done that because you guys, the county already has a process for this development. So once you do all your things, I can't ever turn dirt. Even if you say, I love it, great, we're signing off on it, it's going to be 1.5 years before I ever get my permits. And I got to go through all of your other processes, which includes I have to make sure that my roads are wide enough. I have to make sure my sidewalks are wide enough. I have to make sure I have a traffic study completed, and the methodology has to be approved by the county. Okay, none of that's required right now. We do that later. And I can't move dirt until I've met all of those criteria with your staff. And they're really good at it. And they're really backed up. But we work together to get them done. And at the end of all of that, the vision starts to come true. And it takes years, sometimes more than 3 years, just to get to that process. So I don't want you to think we're trying to be disrespectful, say we need 10 years. We can definitely do it in less than 10, for sure. 3, we'll try and do it in 3 if that's what you require. I don't know if that's reasonable in today's environment, but you know, we're committed to doing this, and we've even reached out to the mine on more than one occasion, and you can obviously know that, you know, I know a lot of the people, right? And so we're willing to work with them to help them, and they've made some recommendations in the past where they wanted us to be able to notify residents that you're living next to a mine. I don't have a problem with any of that. So I really hope that you look at this before you decide to vote, you know, yes or no. I hope that you see that this is something the county needs. It is in the right place. We do have to work with our neighbor. And whether it's the mine or not, we have to work with all our neighbors. I mean, they have a business, but, you know, we also have all the residents on King B Street. And I've been, you know, very communicative with them. I've got to know some of them real well. You didn't really hear any major negative comments from the residents because I met with them at the PDC at the multiple events that we have. So we get you have to work with your neighbors, and we want to work with our neighbors. And we want to see a project like this come to life in the county, and this is what we do. I have 35 projects just like this or bigger from Brevard County to Citrus County. We do this every single day. And so I have a passion for Citrus County. My first job ever in my life was here in 1974, bailing boats at Port Paradise, okay? And so I grew up on the river every weekend and, you know, every other summer I would spend with my father. And so I've been here a long time. I love this place. When he passed away in Hurricane Irma in 2017 from a freak accident because of flooding, EMS couldn't get there. I was frustrated and I sold everything that he had. Probably shouldn't have done that now because it was all worth a lot more today. But I knew that there was going to come a time that I was coming back, and that opportunity happened about 3 years ago. And I am committed to this county, and this is a project I think you should really consider passing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. 106 left. Is that it? You want to go?
Yeah, this will be, I think we have a, oh, well.
You have a 5-minute. You have a 5.
You got a minute left?
Yeah, you have a minute 6.
You can have that extra minute.
But you also get 5-minute close at the end.
So, Rob Batzel, I promise I won't even be 5.
Well, you get 1 right now.
So we get caught up in these, we've heard a lot. We've heard a lot. Oh, yeah, I believe I'm back on 5.
Whoa. This is the 15-minute.
Wrong party.
Oh, Jesus God, it is late.
Give him 15, he's only going to take 4.
I am, everybody's too friendly.
Sure.
It's really easier if y'all are just at each other's throats. Sorry.
Rob, just give me 1 second, please. He gets 5.
This is my last 20 minutes as chair. I'm going to try not to screw it up anymore.
All right, thank you, Rob Batzel, back on behalf of the interveners. So we get caught up. We've heard a lot. We've heard a lot from some really qualified people. But like I said early on, I mean, I think if we just kind of take a minute and take a deep breath and reflect on what we're looking at here, it's well-intentioned applicant, but at the end of the day, it is just completely incompatible. And that is clear. The county has planned for this. The county has created the extractive district and adopted comprehensive plan language requiring notification of people within 1,000 feet that, hey, there's a mine, warning, bright red flashing light, there's a warning. Warn people when they, through our mining ordinance, when they go to pull a permit, if you're within half a mile, warning, sign this consent, don't hold the county liable when your house starts shaking. This is the best evidence of incompatibility, and you've already planned for it. It's already baked into the code and the comp plan. Mr. Dix is right. There was a conversation around the PDC about whether we ought to do something additional and put an additional recorded document, recording the official records to make sure that people, through a declaration of covenants and restrictions or some kind of other notice, were put on additional notice. At the end of the day, we just decided we can't do all this. We learned about how that worked in Miami, but more importantly, it's just further evidence of incompatibility. These just don't work. It could be a great project, but it's still 1,000 units at almost 6 units per acre across from an active mine. And so with that said, we've heard that it's just transmittal. This is incompatible today. It'll be incompatible 60 days from now if it's back in front of you and we have to do this again. The facts are the facts, and they're not going to change. So we request that you just nip this in the bud, as Mr. Holland said, and vote no on transmittal and deny this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Batzel. That was your 5 minutes. You're done, yes? Okay. Staff?
I have no closing remarks.
So now we are back to the applicant for 5 minutes.
First, thought he was over here.
Commissioner Kennard is finally clued into the fact that Commissioner Davis needs all the help she can get right now.
I see us coming out of the weeds, so it's time to turn my mic on. After 2 hours.
5 minutes. Do you have any closing remarks?
You know, it's hard to follow Mr. Dix and his passion. You know, we've heard a lot of testimony tonight, and thank you for listening to us and all our different opinions and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's always you guys all over the state, elected officials have tough decisions. And people are emotional and passionate about their views. And you've heard a lot of testimony. But at the bottom line is, if you look at can you put up the plan, the existing plan?
It's behind you.
That's what we can do right now. We can put commercial, we can put office. It'll be close to the mine. Is that in the best interest of the county? I don't think so. Are we gonna hurt the mine? I don't think so. We've heard testimony that from someone that was in that mobile home park 200 feet away from the mine when they were blasting closer at that time. It didn't bother them. It's not bothering the Eagles. The fact that there may be more complaints just isn't sufficient, in my view anyway, to justify not moving this project along for input from the state and to come back here for further action. I would respectfully, and I personally honestly believe that it's in the best interest of the county, it's as well, because one of the problems that we have in this state and in the country is affordable housing. Now, we're not talking about committing to an affordable housing framework, but what we are saying to you is that when you increase the density, your housing costs are reduced, your construction costs are reduced. It ends up being better, and that's what we're asking you to do, is to consider all those items that have come up tonight that you've heard, and to grant approval to transmit this for further comment by the state, and then bring this back for further action by this board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I've sat here and listened patiently to all the conversation and many, many good points on both sides of this. I'm thinking with residential development, there are probably 3 people that I would reach out to in the county when I've got questions or concerns about new development. That'd be Steve Tamposi, Eric Abel, and James Dix. Those would be the 3 people that I would reach out to if I had a concern. Commercial projects, Joe Capicelli would probably be my first call. For county code, development guidelines, things like that, it'd be Denise and Joanne Coutu. For mining questions, it'd be Frank Kolitz and Dixie Hollins. I believe that there are 2 industries in our county that deserve extra consideration and extra protection. That's agriculture and mining. I apologize, I don't remember the attorney's name, but in your closing comments, and I don't mean to use it against you, but in the closing comments, he said, "Are we going to hurt the mine?" I don't think so. Well, that think is a big deal, because if it does hurt the mine, that's a problem down the road. You know, there was an analogy that was used, or a reference that was used, of if there was 1,000 unit development along the road and somebody came in and tried to open a mine across the street, the pushback that they would get. And they likely would never make it to step 2 in trying to get that mine open. I think we could reach out to the McClellans and ask them what it was like to try and start a new dairy in the county. The public pushback was unbelievable. Who can imagine Citrus County at this point without M&B Dairy? They went through all of that, but they faced exactly what they talked about in trying to open a new mine. I believe that like I said, the agriculture and mining industry deserves extra attention, extra protection that's laid out for in our code, in our zoning. I don't, you made a great case that it's not high density, it's higher density. Our code allows for the zoning that's there now, and my position is that's what it should stay. For that reason, I would make a motion that we deny the transmittal of this application.
Second.
Motion to deny by Jeff Kennard, or Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays.
I would like to make a couple comments.
You go right ahead.
Well, through the presentations tonight, something that was said when it talked about what it would mean to the mining, how you would have to scale back and how you have to mine all those different times, you know, not being able to do what at the intensity that you do it now. And we talk about 491, it fails from where it starts at county all the way up to 200. It's a level F as it is today. And everybody is so mindful, and it's on the forefront of all of our minds, that the road resurfacing that's going on in the county and how delinquent we are in it. And then second to that is the road capacity that's needed in this county. And what that, the relevancy of that to me and this mining and having to scale back. In today's environment, we're talking about $1 million a mile to build a road. And it made me be very reflective on the fact that, is the cost risen because we're pushing these businesses, just what's happening here, if that's happening in Miami and other metropolitan areas, we're forcing these companies to restrict what they can do, and it's costing more in labor. And it costs more to get the materials out. So are we self-imposing the cost to build roads? And that's what I came away with. And I like development, not against, you know, development at all. This is just, for me, it's way too intense. I had some concerns, even if we were going to go forward with it, that what we were transmitting, there seemed to be a lot of conflict about what we were transmitting or not transmitting. It's early, and if we were transmitting it, I had some concerns and issues with what we were going to do. But I agree. I think this is not something we should be moving forward with. So I'm grateful for your comments, and it's hard. It's really hard because when I look at business and I think about what we're doing in the state, this is tough. This is really tough. So thank you. And thank you, James.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I share some of the same concerns, and I do agree there's so many experts in the room, and I think people from both sides are coming from a good place. I completely understand where all parties are coming from. But in your list of names, for me, there was one left out. He doesn't often come to our meetings. I don't know, since I've been sitting here, if he's come to one yet. But when Mr. Dixon shows up, and speaks on behalf of the schools, especially with his background, my ears definitely perk up. I have a lot of respect for him and what he says about our comp plan and planning. I have some concerns about the 3 years, which I think that, we could get around that. I don't like on-street parking either. But more importantly, I am very concerned about the intensity, the number of homes and how intense that it is, and the impact that it has to the school, the traffic, and the safety. So I know we're talking about the mining, but I wanted to throw some other concerns out there beyond that I heard, and when I read this, that I had to have some in-depth conversations with staff about, because those are some concerns that I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Schleibaugh?
Okay, I'm gonna throw some things out here that I would like this board to think about. The first thing is, the mining industry needs to be protected, and I believe it will be with what is happening right now. But let's just take the mining industry out of this equation. I don't believe that this is incompatible, and I'll tell you my concerns. One, over and over and over, I've talked to Sam Himmel, the Education Foundation, our housing, and I've talked at great length to Joe Capicelli about the reason why our college campus isn't as busy or popular or courting students from other counties is because we don't have any apartments. Now, Mr. Dix, you can do exactly what you can do right now. Put those mobile homes on there. You can put a business on there. You can put an office on there. But that's exactly what this board says they don't want. And now you get a plan. Is it perfect? No, I don't think it's perfect. Might be a little intense, but I believe that what this county is missing, I've lived here 30 years. I have never seen a county that doesn't have apartment complexes for your teachers, your deputies, your middle income workers. And I've said all along that if we had that near the college campus, that we could get the teachers to live in that apartment, have a roommate, maybe fall in love, go into a single-family home or a duplex, get rooftops up there, and we can keep that brain trust here. And we can keep complaining and saying we don't have housing. We have 4 teachers, by the way, from your boss that is probably are going to have to move out of our county because they can't get housing. So it's great, yeah, there's a mine there. But what are we going to do? There's always something in Citrus County to say it's not compatible. But it is compatible. There's a school there. There's a college there. There's the government complex there. There would be a community that hopefully could thrive. And like, I actually felt like you said something that I've thought all along. They're in the apartment. They fall in love. They moved into the townhouse, or they move into the single family house. It's a walkable community, you know, as far as, I guess, there's a little convenience store, whatever you put up there. If somebody buys in this place or does what the plan you're saying, they know there's a mine there. If you put mobile homes there, which I would hate, they're going to know there's a mine there. And I just think that this board, with you denying and you seconding it, is really limiting the opportunity for what is around that area and the education there and the jobs. And I think it's a mistake. And I think, I do want to address the 3 years. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think 10's a bit much. But I got an animal shelter past 3.5 years and we don't even have a plan yet. So you want to talk about frustration? You can't do it in 3 years, people. I'm proof of that. So I want to see teachers have a place to live. I don't want them to leave our county, Chuck, and you know they're leaving. You know we don't have places for these young professionals to live. Somebody has got to be brave enough to do it and approve it. And I would protect the mine completely as a business owner, but what are we supposed to do? This land can have mobile homes on it. It can have low-density residential. It can have general commercial. Why not do something nice? You talk all the time about why can't we have something nice in Citrus County? Why can't we work with a developer and do something right? And as far as that road, it is widened, but that's not the developer's responsibility. That's the county's responsibility. So for you to talk about $1 million a mile, well, maybe we need some roofs to pay that $1 million a mile. How much is that home going to bring, or that general commercial or that store compared to a mobile home? Because you're going to get a mobile home park here. You're going to get it. And I hate to see that. I hate to see that. So I might be on my own, but I would please think about it, talk about it, talk amongst yourself, think about it now, talk about it later. But I really think this is what we need. So.
One of the best parts and worst parts about being chair is that you go last. And I was prepared to be the only one in favor of the applicant, but apparently I'm not, for all the reasons that you passionately stated. When I first looked at this, my first impression was maybe not perfect, but fantastic need for this area of the county. It's exactly the right spot to go for all the reasons that Commissioner Schleybaugh just said. Every single one of them, perfect. But then I thought, oh yes, but we've got Frank and Dixie inbound, and I have immense respect for you and your profession. And you know I'm an ag girl, and ag and mining goes hand in hand. So I agree with Commissioner Kennard that those are the two industries that are, worthy of special protections. However, the hard part about this job, and there's been at least one vote that I've taken in growth management that will probably haunt me forever because I still don't know if I made the right vote or not. It's about balancing the needs of a growing community. I do believe that if there was an existing housing development, you never get a mine there. Absolutely understand that, agree with that. But you're the predecessor, so you get to be protected. If people buy there next to a mine, they need to sign a paper acknowledging that they are moving in next to a mine. I had to do it at Citrus Hills. It was actually a really funny moment in my closing. Being a pilot, grew up at Crystal River Airport, they slid a piece of paper across there and I had to sign off that there was a high volume of aircraft traffic over my head. I just laughed and shoved it down to my real estate agent, who was also a pilot, and she just laughed, and we texted it to my dad and Goody. Same thing goes with this. It's a mine. You're moving in next to a mine. Deal with it. So I am fully in favor of or against the motion in hand. However, I do still have a lot of concerns. Basically, you guys made a really good case. And if I could get my druthers, we would transmit, but then the next time it comes before us, you guys are all going to be in agreement. This is family time, small county. You just said that you have been waiting to cross-examine Dixie since you were 14 years old. That goes back to...
That's right, he'll be at the Dove Field next week.
Y'all knuckleheads work it out, as it would be my druthers. Unfortunately, we have a motion on the floor that is not what my druthers are, so I guess we need to see where the chips fall, but that's my speech.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
with all due respect to you and my colleague at the end, I believe, my brilliant colleague at the end,
Hey, am I in that one or not?
I think it's late. I think that this board, if this board denies this transmittal, in your entire 4 years on this board, I think this will only be the second multifamily home application we've denied. So this board has approved an awful lot of multifamily applications that have come here and have taken a lot of arrows for it. That doesn't mean that every single one is appropriate, though. And in this case, they've got a great application. I hope this project comes to fruition at a different location.
So you're okay with what is allowed to be there at a lower level that's not going to raise the bar for our county? You're okay with that because they can, I don't know how many mobile homes they can put on in low-density residential. Is it 4 or 6? Break up, and that's what I'm fighting for. This is, I'll take another bite of the apple. There's going to be development there, but it's going to be mediocre development, and it's not going to bring to the county what we've been saying for 4 years that we want in our county. And you're saying we've approved when's the last? I can't remember the last apartment complex we approved.
Tiny one near Pine Ridge.
You've got multifamily going in next to Meadowcrest. You've got multifamily going in on the back side of Meadowcrest. You've got multifamily going in back behind the whole Target operation down by Clear Sky. The list goes on and on.
When we approved the one at Meadowcrest, I was so excited because I thought, okay, this could be for the new homeowner. They were priced out as soon as we voted for that, and that was really disappointing to me. I ran some numbers for the mortgage at FHA, and I did 5% down, and I went from $250,000 to $300,000 because I didn't hear what the price of the single-family residence would be. But that young teacher or that newly married deputy could get into a house in this development, if you did it correctly, for $1,718 per month. They're paying almost $2,000 a month for these little tiny houses and mobile homes in Beverly Hills. At the highest rate, you could go up to $2,100 a month. This is what we need. The Meadowcrest one, they're not going to be able to afford it. And I have yet to see one where we can get our teachers to stay here, our deputies to stay here, our young professionals. And you're saying we have them all over the place, and what he's done. That development by Black Diamond, I'll bet you money that will not be affordable to the young professional. We need middle management to have a place to live. We're aging out. 4 teachers are probably going to have to leave that I know of because they can't find housing. We just talked today about the 2,000 homes that got damaged. Those people, they're going to be out of a home, possibly. We've got to figure this out. So you can either have the mobile homes or you can have a nice development. Either way, there's something going to happen across that mine.
And I will say that one of the big deciding factors for me, despite the fabulous presentation by the interveners, is that the objective, subjective criteria. with what you can put in by right, you already are increasing the cost of running that mine. And I also heard what Commissioner Bays said, and I had thought about that during the presentation, that the more pressure we put on mines, the more the prices of materials go up for our own road resurfacing. So it's a lot of different moving parts to try to figure out. So really, the only deciding factor is how much are complaints going to affect the mine? And I just didn't hear a clear argument that would say that it would shut the mine down, other than it happened in Beverly Hills. But it's just too good of a spot for this project is my belief. And I hope y'all still like me after I said that, because I really do respect both of you very much.
Madam Chair, I just got a quick
Yes.
question. In my motion, I did not name or did not address the specific PUD number. Do I need to put that in there for the record before Chair calls the vote immediately?
I'm sorry, are you trying to chair the board? Commissioner Finnegan, do you have anything to say?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Said it all.
Then the question is for Madam Attorney, what he just said.
You can always be on the safe side and add it, but I believe that we called the case number at the very beginning.
Okay. All righty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay? All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2.
What a shame.
Schleybaugh and Davis against. Oh, yeah. Last time with the gavel. We are adjourned.